everyone. Am I audible? Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Hi, okay. So, yes, so everyone is ready for the revision.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi, Ashley. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
So, hi, everyone. So my name is Archana Bakshi, and our target, the agenda for today and tomorrow will be to discuss, we have basically around 15 chapters, okay, in SBL. So the plan is to complete all the 15 chapters quickly, and post that my plan is to, if time permits, I want to discuss one or two papers with you as well. Okay. Now, before I begin the session, is there anyone who is not attempting SBL this time in September 26? Yes. Anyone in the session today who is not attempting September 26? Okay, fine, great. And is there anyone in the session who has not read the syllabus yet? Who has no clue about the SBL syllabus? Okay. Okay, I think many of you are my old students. Is there anyone who is attending my session for the first time? Uh, could you please introduce yourself? Yes, I think we have Siddhi or someone else, I think. So anyone wants to introduce themselves if you haven't attended my session before?
Yeah, hi. This is Siddhi. This is my last paper. I mean, I have completed 3 other papers and I'm attempting this SBL in September.
Okay, okay. Anyone else? See, most of you are my old students, but anyone who is joining me for the very first time?
Hi, ma'am, and hi, everybody. My name is Divya. I had seen your recorded classes, but I have not been a part of a session where we would be talking live. So I had not taken your classes live before, but this is my first time being in a session with you. And I'm looking forward to revising my entire syllabus with you quickly,
Same
as
here.
quickly.
Okay. Okay. So welcome, Divya.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
guys.
you.
So, my plan is to completely wrap up the syllabus with you guys. Okay. The plan is to start with the first module. Okay. I hope you enjoy these sessions. And you know what? See, all of you are attempting this time in September. So please be interactive, right? You already know all this. I'm just doing a quick revision of everything. So please discuss and share your views and please be interactive during the class. Okay. So now we are starting, okay, and you can unmute your mics and speak, okay, instead of using the chat box. Okay, so today we are now starting. I mean, we are just beginning with strategy, leadership, and culture, right? Now, the most important topic from this chapter is culture. Is there anyone who knows what is cultural web?
Yes, ma'am. It consists
Yes.
of 5 elements:
Hmm.
rules and rituals, control systems, power systems,
Hmm.
and then 2 more, I think I forgot.
Madam, 5
So,
are there: one, cultures, ritual and routine, organization structures, power, storage, and symbols.
Okay. Okay, fine. So now let me begin with, okay, I want to begin with from the starting, okay? I don't want to first start with cultural web. So these are topics that we are going to cover in this chapter, and we are going to cover the most important ones only, okay, not everything. So the first most important topic is autocratic versus participative leadership. So what is autocratic leadership and what is participative leadership? Autocratic leadership is what? Yes, who wants to explain?
It's basically a top-down approach where a person has set in some rules and everybody follows that. And participative is a bottom-up approach where every person can participate and give their inputs in decision making.
Correct. So autocratic leadership means the leaders exercise significant power, and participative means the leaders exert limited power, okay, and they delegate the rest of the power. So there's a lot of decentralization happening in participative leadership, okay, high level of decentralization. Whereas in the case of autocratic leadership, there's high centralization. So leadership can be exercised in a way that is autocratic, where leaders exercise significant power, or participative, where the power is limited and subordinates exercise more decision making and autonomy. So in the exam, now if a very big change is happening, right? If a transformational change is happening in the exam, or when the resistance to the change is quite high, in that case, autocratic style of leadership is not the right style of leadership, because you're already facing a lot of resistance. Your stakeholders are already resisting to the change. So in that case, we need to engage with the stakeholders. We need to convince them about the change. We need to take their suggestions. We need to consult them. We need to reduce this resistance somehow. And participative leadership will work in this way. Okay. Now, next topic is change in leadership. Now, in order to bring the change successfully, right, we need to first understand the background factors, okay, which will help us in implementing the change better. Okay, what are those background factors? Who wants to explain them? Okay, what are those background factors? So have you heard about contextual features of change? Contextual features?
Yeah, it is
Yes,
like
madam.
that.
Time, scope, reservation, diversity, capacity, readiness, power.
Right. Yes. See, contextual features of change are those factors which we need to keep in mind if we want to implement the change successfully. Right. For example, if you have solved this paper, which is historic places, I think it is June 25 paper. Okay, there is one question. I think it is the very first question. The question is contextual features of change, right? Now, HP is basically a charity. It's a charitable organization, and this charity is going to implement a very big change. Okay, what is the change? This charity is into preservation of buildings, right? And now they want to start doing weddings and exhibitions in their historical sites. Okay, this charity is basically into preservation of historical sites. That is the main mission of the company. And now, since the amount of donations that they're getting from the donors is reducing because the country is facing recession, therefore the CEO thought, let's start doing weddings and exhibitions on our sites, right, with the help of which we'll get some money and we'll invest it into the preservation restoration work only. So, but the CEO has a fear. What is the fear? That the stakeholders, like the donors, volunteers working with us, might take it negatively. They might think that we are discontinuing our charitable objectives and we are now going to enter with the commercial activities. So we might face resistance. So therefore, the CEO asked you a question to explain the contextual features of this company HP. HP is the name of the company, Historical Places. CEO is asking you what are the contextual features of HP which needs to be analyzed by us first before we implement this change. So in this, we had to explain the contextual features of change, which is time, which is diversity, which is power. Okay, we'll look into it later. But these are some factors we need to consider before we bring the change. We need to first see how urgent is the change, how much time do we have in our hands to implement this change. So if I talk about from HP perspective, okay, this was a very urgent change. Why? Because HP, first of all, the country was facing recession. So the people no longer wanted to donate. Okay, our donation money was reducing, our membership money was reducing. So we had to implement this change urgently, right? Second was capacity. Do we have the funds to start doing exhibitions and weddings? Do we have the land available? Do we have enough space available? Do we have enough employee hours available? Do we have enough employees and volunteers available? Okay, so that is the capacity bit. The next one is capability. Do we have the skills to arrange such big events, okay, such large scale events like weddings and exhibitions? Do we have the skills? Have we done it before? Or do we need to hire an external trainer? Or do we need to hire a change agent who is going to help us drive this change? Or are we going to get in touch with event management companies who will help us, or wedding planners, okay, or corporate exhibition planners? So that is the capability bit. So when they ask you contextual features of change, you need to explain the background factors which will either help us in implementing the change successfully, or they could lead to the this could lead to a big failure as well. So time we need to consider, capacity, capability. Then we also need to see, are the employees ready to accept the change? Okay, readiness to accept the change. Then we also need to consider, do we even have the power to implement this change? Okay, so here we are going to talk about our shareholders. Okay, are our shareholders willing to do it? Does the law of the country allow us to do it? Okay, do the stakeholders will they allow us to do it? So these are the contextual features of change. Now, a quick question to all of you. What do you mean by change agents? It's a very popular term and we'll be using this in our answers. Who are change agents?
Madam, who help to bring in strategic change in the organization? They may be person or group of person.
Change agents are basically experts, okay, right? These could be someone, I mean, external to the company, and we are hiring them because they have a previous experience of implementing these changes successfully in the past, and we want them to help us. Okay, we want to reduce our risk of failure of the change. So we take their help. We may take their help.
They can be IT transformational consultants or finance transformational consultants.
Yes. So these are the people who have implemented this change in some other organization before, and they have prior experience. So we may take their help if we want to bring a transformational change, or when the resistance to change is quite high, and we fear that we may not be able to convince our stakeholders to accept the change, then we may take their help. We may hire them. These guys will handhold the management and help them implement the change successfully. They also help us in reducing the resistance to change. Okay, now another two important terms are transactional leaders and charismatic leaders. Who are they?
मैडम, ट्रांजेक्शनल लीडर्स का ये कि मेरा काम चलता रहे, काम में कुछ प्रॉब्लम ना आए, और चेरिस्मेटिक कुछ नया इनोवेशन करने का यूज करते हैं. सो दे आर ट्रीटेड एज एक्टिव लीडर.
Okay. So, okay, I'll explain. Who do you think is better, charismatic or transactional?
Charismatic.
Charismatic. Okay. Okay. What do you think? Rest of you?
I think it is subjective, like depends on the situation.
Right, Kashvi. See, who are transactional leaders? See, transactional leaders do not have charisma in the sense that they get the work done from you and they give you something in return, right? So they ask you to meet deadlines, they ask you to complete targets, okay, meet targets, meet deadlines, follow laws, follow something, follow some systems, controls, right? Against it, they will give you some monetary benefit, non-monetary benefit. They don't just know how to do a transaction. Okay, so when a lot of compliances are needed, okay, we need compliances. We are facing an urgent situation. Okay, we are about to lose our license. We are about to we want to avail a bank loan, and we need to meet our sales targets. We need to meet our profit targets. So in those circumstances, we need transactional leadership, right? Transactional leaders help us in ensuring that the targets, the deadlines are met. Okay. Whereas charismatic leaders, they need to step in when we want to bring a transformation in the company, a big change in the company, and there is a high resistance to change. People don't want to accept the change because they think either there are rumors that this change will not be beneficial to them, or it would make them worse off than before. There is a high resistance to the change, and then we need to bring in those people who have those convincing skills, those motivational skills, public speaking skills. They know how to charge people up, they know how to energize people, convince people, motivate people, who have a larger than life role to play. So here we need charismatic style leadership. So charismatic leaders energize people and build a vision of the future. Change management is a natural part of what they do. This approach is also known as transformational leadership. When you have to mobilize people, let me give you an example so that you understand this better. You know, okay. So, these student protests which happened in Delhi, Jantar Mantar, right? Right. Now, how many people turned up? Do you know the number? How many people turned up to the protests? I think thousands, right? So please tell me, for that kind of an energy, for that kind of a turnout, like you need transactional leader or charismatic leaders? You need charismatic leaders. You need people who can charge people up, charge masses, and make them accept the change happily, right? So when you have to bring a big change in the company, a transaction won't work there, right? You have to convince them, you have to make them believe in your vision, and for that you need to have that charisma, that personality, so that people want what you want, right? So this can happen when you are a charismatic leaders. See, there are number of transactional leaders in the companies, but charismatic leaders are very few, right? Because in order to be a charismatic leader, you need to have negotiation, persuasion skills, you need to have public speaking skills, you need to have a bit of kindness, a bit of empathy, a bit of all the good qualities. Okay, so this is basically rare, this is scarce. So when the change is big, okay, and you want masses to accept the change, and when there is a high resistance to change, a charismatic leader has to step in there, right? But a charismatic leader will not always help when it comes to meeting deadlines, when it comes to compliances. Okay, we need transactional leaders also to step in, right? So therefore, both of them have a role. It's not that one leadership style is better than the other. Okay, both of them have their respective roles to play. So let me read from the screen now. Transactional leaders focus on systems and controls. Generally, they seek improvement, some small changes, small improvements, right? For those, transactional leaders are fine. We don't need a lot of motivation. We don't need to convince people. So they generally seek improvement rather than change. This approach is also known as instrumental leadership. Charismatic leaders energize people, build vision of the future. Change management is a natural part of what they do. This approach is also known as transformational leadership. So, charismatic leaders have that personality, they have that charisma, they have that larger than life personality. People look up to them, people get influenced by them, people want to have a glimpse of these people, right? So, like Mahatma Gandhi, right? When Dandi March happened, so many protests happened in those times, right? He mobilized people, he energized people. People followed him everywhere. When the Dante March event happened, people followed him. Not because he was giving something in return to those people, not because he was a transactional leader, but because he was a charismatic leader. People looked up to him, right? So that is what a charismatic leader would be. So please remember in the exam, when the change is big, resistance is high, high resistance, and masses will be impacted. We need charismatic leaders. Okay. Now comes change management. Change management. Now there are 5 ways of managing change, or 5 ways of explaining the change to people, right? There are 5 ways of managing change. See, when the change is a small change, right? And when you are dealing with educated masses, okay, when you are dealing with educated stakeholders, okay, you can simply do education and communication. Okay, you can just explain to them why are we making the change, what are the benefits, that's it. Okay, there's almost no resistance to change here. There's no resistance to change in this, and you're dealing with educated audience. Okay, and the change is small, and therefore there's no resistance to change. Now, in this situation, education and communication would work. A simple communication, a simple email sent across the company will work. But when the change is big and there is a resistance to change, in fact, there is a high resistance to change, then for the change to be successful, then for the change to be accepted by everyone, okay, you need to follow a participative style of leadership. You need to collaborate. You need to take feedback, suggestions from the people impacted. You need to give them ownership. You cannot simply impose the change. You have to consult these people so that they accept the change and the change is successful, right? So, okay, for example, if you can recall those farm laws, okay, the farm bills, the 3 farm bills which were rolled back by the government. Why? Because the farmers, as per the farmers, they were not consulted, and therefore this change failed. So, bringing people affected by the change into the process of managing it. The next one is intervention. See, intervention means you don't want to bring the change on your own. You want some external intervention. You want some external assistance. You want an external entity who should be hand holding you and helping you in the successful implementation of the change. You want to take their help because the risk is very high. You do not have any prior experience and you have expert available outside. So here the change is led by a change agent. Okay, change is led by a change agent who will delegate some tasks to the project teams. The idea is that involvement of those teams will lead to greater commitment from them. So here, it's not that we are not doing collaboration and participation. Okay, we may do collaboration and participation alongside we are doing intervention, means we are seeking external assistance because the risk is high, resistance is high, we don't have any prior knowledge or experience. So we can definitely take external assistance. The next one is direction. Direction is very simple. Management uses their authority to establish their strategy and how change will occur in a top-down fashion. Direction simply means there is no education, there is no collaboration, there is no intervention. I am the management, I am the top management, I am sending an email across the company that from tomorrow onwards or from the 1st of September onwards, this is going to be the new process. I'm not educating them on the benefits of the new process. I'm not taking their approval. I'm not seeking their feedback or suggestions. I'm not taking help of any external change agent. It's a simple small change. Okay, for that even there is no need to explain the benefit or the purpose behind the change. Okay, a simple change of rule, a simple change of policy. Okay, this direction can be used. The next one is coercion. Who can explain coercion? Yes.
Madam, if you don't accept me, I will fire you. This type of, or I will down
Sorry.
delegate. If they If the employer do not accept it, he may be fired or may be transferred to some disadvantageful location. These type of activities.
Okay, coercion is to threaten someone, right, to accept the change or face action. Now tell me, in what circumstances do we use coercion?
We have tried all the way, but he is not ready to accept us.
There
Okay, fine.
Deadlines, the deadlines.
Deadlines, okay.
It is mandatory to follow the compliances, regulatory compliances, such as in the airline industry or making the nuclear weapons. So in that very conditions, so the coercion will be important.
Yes. So do you think it should be the usual course of change management, usual way of change management?
No, last recourse.
Yes.
Because some resistance will otherwise may go wrong way. Then it will be difficult to manage the same.
Yeah, see, sometimes, when there's an urgency, right, you have no option. I mean, there's no time left to convince people, and there's no option to convince people. It's a law, it's a major compliance you need to meet, and it's an urgent situation. So in those times, we don't have the time to we don't have the time to convince people. Okay, there's no scope for convincing people now. So we can use coercion as a last resort, of course. Now the next one is okay. These are just two simple terms I want to explain. Entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship. So, what are these two terms? See, intrapreneurship basically means entrepreneurship is what? Entrepreneurs are those people who are businessmen. Okay, they take risks, enjoy rewards. Okay, they have a business idea, they implement it, they take risks, they enjoy rewards. Okay, so these are entrepreneurs. Intrapreneurs are those people who are employees in a company, but they help the business grow even though they are the employees, but they are smart people, they are creative, okay, and they are not just interested in doing their 9 to 5 duties. They want to contribute to the business, and they help the business grow. They share their ideas with the company, right? And this is how they help the company grow. Entrepreneurs are those smart employees who are smart, okay, they are talented, they think out of the box, and the businessmen or the business owners or the management, the leadership recognizes them, acknowledges them, and asks them or takes their assistance in solving complex business problems. So these are intrapreneurs. Okay, now there is a related term which is talent management. I would want to explain this term later. So entrepreneurs, for now, just understand these are smart employees who help the companies grow. They help the companies solve complex problems. Okay, and these are very curious employees. They are smart employees. They are talented employees, and these are key assets for the companies, right? So we'll discuss this later. Okay, now we are going to talk about, because in the exam they ask you these two terms, ethical leaders and responsible leaders. Okay, now please tell me, ethical leaders are those leaders who basically manage or treat their stakeholders ethically. Now, if it comes to treating your employees ethically, tell me, what should a responsible leader do? How to ensure ethical treatment of your employees? This is a question to everyone.
Madam, proper working hour, salary and benefits as per the industry standard,
Okay.
like this.
Work-life balance,
Diversity.
providing them work from anywhere options.
There should not be any discrimination.
Diversity.
Diversity, no discrimination.
Health and safety.
Health and safety.
Fair remuneration.
Fair remuneration.
No misuse of the power they have over the employees.
Decentralization, delegating responsibilities and power to the employees.
Rewards and appraisals.
Yes. Timely promotions and merit-based promotions, merit-based recruitment. Okay. giving them an opportunity to pursue higher education, sponsoring their higher education, giving them an option to rotate roles. Okay, if you're bored of this department, this profile, then giving a chance to the employees to rotate roles, right? Okay, now talking about customers. Tell me how can a company be ethical to its customers?
Not
Madam,
making the false advertisements.
Okay, no tall claims, false claims, misleading advertisements, fair pricing.
good quality products, madam.
Okay, good quality products, transparent pricing, right? How many of you have solved this DKK paper? There's one DKK paper, June 26 paper. There's one DKK paper. Okay, it's a hair in, I think it's a salon. Okay, Josef has solved this. Josef has solved all the papers. Okay, so basically one of the values of this company is transparent pricing. What do you mean by transparent pricing?
Fair prices.
See, transparent pricing means I'm basically visiting DKK's website, okay, and I was making the payment. So there should not be any hidden charges, right? When I actually come to the final payment page, okay, the charges must be the same as were reflecting on the website initially. So there should not be any hidden charges, okay, and transparent labeling, right? The ingredients mentioned on the label must be correct, okay, transparent labeling, and no misleading advertisements, okay. Timely product recall. Who can explain what is a product recall?
Madam, if damaged product, quality product is delivered to customer, and as soon as the enterprise comes to know about it, it should get a return without any additional cost to the customer and give the fresh product.
Yeah, so product recall is an announcement which the company makes and requests people to return back the product or stop using the product in case the product is faulty, the product is causing injuries, sickness, allergies. So the companies should ideally do a product recall. So in product recall, I'm asking my customers to please return the product back to me. I'll give you a refund. Or if for some reason you cannot refund it back to me, then at least stop using this product. Why? Because this product has caused some deaths, some injuries, some allergies in the past. Okay, so be transparent, be honest about it, do an honest recall, do a timely recall in case you get to know about the problems with your product. Okay, any other way of being ethical with your customers?
Using quality materials in making the goods so that the quality products can be sold to the customers.
Yes, also doing something for the green customers. Okay, so there are customers who want you to use green products, herbal products, chemical free products, ammonia free products. So there's this company DKK, right? So this is it's a salon industry, hairdressing industry, and this company uses a lot of chemicals, right? Because they color your hair, okay, they treat your hair with chemicals, they do perming. Perming means they make your hair straight permanently, or they make your hair curled permanently. They use a lot of chemicals and harsh chemicals, so we as customers want herbal colors or herbal or sustainable good quality colors, okay, eco-friendly colors. Okay, so this is how we can be good to the customers. Now, talking about my suppliers, what can I do for my suppliers? Okay, then I'll be coming to the employees, and then I would be coming back to the community, the local community, and the environment. Okay, so one by one, please tell me, let's start with suppliers. How can we be ethical or we can be good to our suppliers?
Madam, timely payment.
Timely payments, okay. Yes, timely payments.
by following ethical practices, so they cannot be also accused of being involved with us.
We may encourage our suppliers to go green, right? We may encourage our suppliers to go green by helping them taking green initiatives. Okay, we can encourage our suppliers to be responsible suppliers by using eco-friendly raw materials, not using plastic, reducing by helping them reduce their carbon emissions. Okay, uh, other ways how I can be of help to my suppliers, I can help them, I can provide them financial assistance. Okay, maybe zero interest or discounted rate of interest loans. So if you look at the if you look at the integrated report of Unilever company, Unilever, so it is given there that they provide financial assistance to their farmers. They procure a lot of raw materials, lot of products from the farmers, okay, like tea leaves, etc. So sometimes it happens, farmers are poor. So Unilever helps the farmers, provides them with financial aid, non-financial aid, right? So we can help our suppliers in times of crisis. Okay, now what about my employees? Okay, employees, I think we have discussed. How can we of help to the local community? Local community means the residents or the local residents. Okay, how can I be of help
Provide
to my local community?
CSR, madam.
Sustainable practices.
employment we provide.
Yes. So we can
Waste
provide,
management.
we can improve the standard of living of the local community by providing them with jobs. Okay. Okay, what else?
CSR, madam.
Okay, you would have to explain this. So how would you explain?
CSR, we will do the local means improve the drinking water system, road infrastructure, provide the education to the childrens, like that to our nearby community. Lighting facility, we will do the solar light installation. So like that, we will benefit our community in ethical way. We do not make the pollution which disturb them. We will install the pollution preventing equipment. So like that, we can help ethically to our community.
Yeah, so we can, first of all, we can donate. Okay. We can donate in the schools, in the nearby schools. We can open schools. We can, I'll give you an example. If you have solved this paper, which is pet vet services, sorry, Procuro vet services. Okay, it is a pet vet industry. If you have solved this paper, so this is a vet, okay, this is a vet clinic, vet industry. So if I talk about this is PVS, PVS is one vet clinic. So what can PVS do for the local community? PVS can, sponsor pet adoption programs. PVS can provide vaccines to vaccinate, to administer vaccines to the stray pets and dogs for free. Okay, we can help provide food in the cow shelters, right? So this is how we can do something good for the local community. In fact, we can do local sourcing, right? We can purchase our raw materials locally. So when we purchase raw materials locally, we are providing bread and butter to the local businessmen. Okay, local businessmen can sell us. Secondly, it is also helpful for the environment because we are getting our raw materials from nearby places. Okay, which means the fuel costs go down. Okay, carbon emissions go down. And what can I do for the environment now? For the environment.
Reduce the carbon emissions, reduce the waste, better
Planting trees.
efficiency.
We can do waste recycling. We can install solar panels. We can install energy efficient lights, energy efficient equipments. Okay, we can use install rainwater harvesting systems on the rooftops. Okay, what else can we do? We can now talking about this hair industry, this hairdressing industry, DKK. So DKK uses refillable shampoo bottles. Okay, so that which helps us in reducing plastic usage. Okay. DKK also uses a lot of water. Why? Because they wash clients' hair, they color hair, wash them. So we are going to recycle, reuse the water. Okay. So this is what you have to write in the exam also. In case they ask you how to be a responsible leader, how to be an ethical leader. Okay. So this is how we can ensure fair treatment of our stakeholders. Okay. So all of this we have discussed. Okay, now comes the most important topic, which is culture and cultural web. Okay, see, culture means what? Culture means what employees at large think about the organization, about the leadership. Okay, some shared basic assumptions. It is not a written code, it is not written somewhere that the leadership of the company is good or the culture is good. When majority of the people think good about the leadership, they think that the leadership is good, we can safely assume that the culture of this organization is good because employees at large think that the culture is good. Okay, so these are some assumptions which I'm making about the leadership. Now, culture can be, and see, first of all, why are we even reading about the culture? We are reading about the culture because, sometimes what happens, we want a transformation in the company. We want a very big change in the company, but the culture doesn't support this change. Okay. Employees don't want this change. They're happy with their 9 to 5 roles. They don't want this. So we need a huge cultural shift for the change to be successful. Okay. Now, if we want to change the culture of the organization, we want to first understand what is the culture of the company? What are the elements of the culture? We want to first pinpoint the culture. What are the various elements of the culture and what element needs a change, right? So, culture is defined by a term called cultural web. Okay. What is this cultural web? This is the cultural web on the screen. This is the cultural web. Cultural web basically means the various elements which together form the culture of the company, right? Now, the first element is routines and rituals. Now, in my organization, whenever someone leaves the company, we do a cake cutting. Okay, this is a ritual which we follow in the company. Whenever someone new joins a company, when someone a new employee joins the company, we again do a cake cutting. Every Friday, our manager takes us out for a movie outing. Okay, every Friday. And when on some days we have to work till late in the office, our manager personally drives every person of the team on his own. Tell me, what do you think about the culture of this company? This is a routine which is followed.
It supports good culture. It shows that the company is
Yes.
following good culture.
Yeah, it's a good culture, right? So the routines and the rituals followed in the company define the culture of the company, right? Now, in the exam, routines will be given. You have to, then give a conclusion whether it is a good one or a bad culture. The next one is symbols. Symbols means, are there any symbols of discrimination in the company, favoritism in the company, VIP treatment given to certain individuals in the company? Okay. So, if I tell you, in my company, there is a separate dress code for people till assistant manager position. Okay, they have to wear a certain dress, while others can wear whatever they want. There is a separate parking space for directors and managers, and then a separate parking space for the rest of the employees. Then the partners and the directors, they get their lunch and dinners and their breakfast and their coffees by their personal assistant or by a PN. They don't have to come to the cafeteria to grab a cup of coffee or to grab their lunch, right? I would say the culture is not quite great. On the other hand, I tell you that whether you are a partner, you are a director, okay, you want to buy lunch, you have to personally come to the cafeteria. You need to wait in the queue. You need to wait for your turn. You get your lunch, get your coffee, you go back to your cabin, right? No separate cabins provided to directors or managers. You have to sit where the rest of the team is sitting. No separate parking space for partners, directors. Okay. So if such is the culture of the company, it's a good culture. Okay. There's no VIP treatment given. Okay. You need a cup of coffee. You need to personally come to the cafeteria, grab a cup of coffee, go back to your cabin or go back to where you are sitting. So if you think that there are some discriminatory practices followed in the company, the culture is not good. Or if you think there is favoritism, okay, there is discrimination or discrimination through dress code or through a different dress code, or there are multiple ways of discrimination. We are not going to discuss that, but all of it will go in under symbols. Okay. Now comes the next element of culture, which is stories and myths. See, it is not, it need not be a true story. It can be a myth also, right? Now, I have heard from my employees, from my teammates, that my manager will drop everyone back to home in case we are staying in the office till late, right? Or if you fall sick, the manager personally calls you to understand your condition, and he may even take you to the doctor. So these are some stories I've heard about my manager. Tell me, what do you think about the culture of this company?
This shows again a healthy culture.
A healthy culture, but see, it could be a myth also. But even if it is a myth, okay, it will definitely still impact the culture of the company. So stories and myths also define culture. Now the next one is control systems. Control systems means what is controlled in the company. Okay, something which shouldn't be controlled, if it is controlled, then it doesn't define a good culture. So if I tell you that I'm giving you two examples: organization A, organization B. In organization A, which is my organization, for example, employees can work from anywhere. They can work from home. Okay. And if you are visiting the office 30 minutes late, okay, there is no deduction of salary as such. So you can work from anywhere. On the other hand, there is organization B, where what happens? You reach office 15 minutes late, your half day salary gets deducted. Okay. No work from homes are allowed. Okay. If you are on a leave and there is an urgent work, you still have to complete the work from home, but you do not get any salary for the same. Okay. A full day leave would be deducted. Full day salary would be deducted. So such a culture is not a good culture. Okay. So in organizations where these aspects are being controlled, okay, then it is not a very good culture. Or in some organizations, cost is always being controlled. No focus is on the quality of the products, quality of service, quality of customer support service. Okay. So then again, it is not a very good culture. The next one is power structures. So part structure means how much decentralization is exercised in the company. How much power is being delegated to the junior most employees of the company. So when the junior employees only have a lot of responsibilities to fulfill with no power in hand, this is not a very good culture. If for every small decision I need to go back to my boss, to my manager, to the leadership for approvals. Okay, so if it is a very routine decision which I'm making, even for that I need to reach out to my manager, to my boss, then it is not a very good culture. So, if you want to understand the culture of a company, you can also gauge it by understanding how much power the junior most employees have in their hands. So that is the power structure. The next one is organizational structure. Organizational structure simply means, is it a pyramid-like structure, or is it a structure where you can just speak to your immediate boss? If I am an assistant manager, I cannot send an email directly to the director of the company. If I do this, I will be reprimanded. So if I want to send an email, if I have some business idea to share or any idea to share, I can do it only with my immediate boss. Very bad culture. Okay. When you're not allowed to speak directly to the boss of your boss, when you're not allowed to communicate freely in the company, when you're not allowed to email anyone in the company you feel like emailing, then it is not a very good culture. Now, please tell me. Okay, guys, just one element is left. The last one is assumptions. Okay, also known as paradigm. Paradigm organizational assumptions. See, assumptions. What do most of the people assume about the company? Now, I'll give you an example from my personal experience. I joined Ernst & Young in direct taxation in COVID times. Okay, I joined them virtually from home because there was COVID that time. And after a few months, we got an email from the leadership. Everyone got an email from the leadership where they asked us, because I was working from Delhi. My base location was Bangalore. So all of us were working from our homes, right? So we were away from our workplaces. So we all got an email from the leadership asking us to plan our return back to the base location. Okay, they just asked us to plan our return in the next 7 days, 10 days. We have to go back to our base locations. So this was an email we got when we all got worried. None of us wanted to return. Then after a week or so, the third wave or the second wave of COVID started. And then immediately 2-3 days later, after this incident, we got an email again asking all of us to not to return back to the base location because the hospitalization rates again increased, COVID cases again increased. So they asked us not to return back. So with these kind of mails coming, everyone formed an assumption. Okay, we were not told about it explicitly, not written anywhere. We all formed an assumption about the company that till the time COVID continues, this company cares for us. They care about the health of their employees. Till the time COVID continues, they're not going to call us back. Okay, this is what we assumed about the leadership. This assumption, okay, if it is shared by majority of the employees, then it is a very good culture. It means that it's a very good culture. So we all form this impression that till the time COVID exists, they are never going to call us back to office. They care about the health of their employees so much. And I'll tell you, other companies, other firms, law firms, CA firms, they were calling people to the office even in these problematic times. They were still calling people to. I know one of my friend lost his parents. Okay, because he was being called to office even in those times. Maybe he caught COVID. His father caught COVID, and the father had he eventually expired. Right. So there are some companies, there are some employers who are not concerned about the health of their employees. On the other hand, we all had this assumption that this leadership is good. They care about its employees, right? So what do the employees at large assume about the company? Okay. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 elements of cultural web. Okay. Do they ask this question in the exam? They do ask this question in the exam. Now, what kind of questions can be asked? They can simply ask you a very, very good question that, the CEO wants to bring this change in the company, but before she does that, she wants to understand the culture of the company, because if there is anything wrong with the culture, she first wants to fix it and then she wants to implement the change, right? So I'm telling you how would be the sequence of the questions. First, they are going to ask you, explain the culture to the CEO. She wants to understand the culture of the company. And I'll tell you what would be the next question. The next question would be, the next question could be contextual features of change. Explain some background features of this company, which the CEO should first understand before she implements the change. This could be the question. Another question, there could be multiple other questions, but the first question would be on the culture. Okay, so when the CEO is asking you to help her understand the culture of the company, you have to use this model, which is cultural web. Okay, and using this cultural web, You're going to explain each and every element of the culture. Now, where do you understand? Where do you get all this information from? You get this information from the pre-scene, from the exhibits. Can you use your prior knowledge in this? Yes, just a bit. Okay, just like you should know the meaning of these elements, but again, do not give generic answers. Do not give generic answers, right? For example, let's say you are explaining the cultural web, right? Now, the first element is routine and rituals. You're explaining this. Now, don't start explaining routines means some events which we do on a regular basis in the company. No, just come to the point. Okay, just say what is the routine of the company. So let's say the next industry is pharmaceuticals, for example. Let's say it's a medicine industry they test next time. Now, this medicine industry is doing lab tests on a daily basis. Okay, so this can go in the routine and ritual. Okay, so just come to the point. Do not give definitions. Please don't give definitions. Do not start explaining the generic meaning. Just come to the point. Okay. So, okay, fine. Now tell me, is this part clear, cultural web? Any doubts?
I have to ask one thing. When it is specifically or maybe just in general asked about how do we check or evaluate the culture of an organization, we use the cultural web. And in which context we have to use the contextual features of organizational?
Okay. So contextual features we use. So let me give you this HP, historic places. Historic places is June 25 paper. There, there what happened? The CEO wanted to bring a change, but before she brought the change, she wanted to understand some aspects, some background factors of the company or some background factors which could impact the change. So they can ask you one question. The first question they can ask you in the exam is that explain the culture of HP. Explain the culture of this company. So you need to use the cultural web, because cultural web together, all these elements together is the culture. And the second question they could ask you is that now, since we have understood the culture of the company and now we want to fix the culture, like whatever elements of the culture are problematic, we want to fix them. And now we want to bring this change in the company. Now, the next question would be explain the contextual features of the organization. Explain the contextual features. Explain the contextual features of HP or of this organization that we need to consider before we implement this change. Okay. Before we implement this change, what are the contextual features? Now, what is the difference between these two things? I'll explain. See, in contextual features, we are just trying to see some factors like, do we have the money to implement this change? How much time do we have to implement this change? Are employees resisting to the change? Do we even have the power to implement this change? Okay, what exactly is changing? What exactly is not changing? There's some aspects that we need to understand. Now, if I have to if I have to explain it to you with an example, let me do it this way. Jose, if I'll come to you, give me a second, okay? I just want you to understand this bit properly. What is the difference between cultural web and contextual features? Contextual means background factors which I need to first consider before I bring the change in the organization. For example, let's say you guys want to do ACCA, right? Now, let's say a year from today, you had taken a call to pursue ACCA, right? Now, tell me, before you thought about pursuing ACCA, what factors did you first consider?
Money that we have
Money?
for the fees,
Yes, because the fees is
the
quite high,
time,
right?
the time, the time for
ACCA is
studying.
expensive. Yeah. do you have the time to study? Because see, some people, they want a job really quick. They have just 2 3 months. They are not from a very good background. They want to land a job very quickly. Do you have the time to wait for a year or so to land a job? How much money do you have in hands? How much time do you have in hands? Okay.
Do I have the capacity to pursue ACCA? Do I have financial expertise or skills?
Skills. Yeah. Are you from, see, even though science background students can also pursue ACCA, but obviously it will be a bit difficult for them. So do you have the skills? Are you coming from the commerce background? Do you understand a bit of accounts, bit of law, bit of audit? So all of these are contextual features that we need to consider before we take a call to do ACCA or not. The next thing is culture. Okay, the next thing is culture. See, I'm going to do ACCA from home. Okay, all my coachings will be from home. So I'm basically treating my home as my organization for the meantime. So what is the culture of my home like? Okay, control systems. Now I will give you personal examples. People think if you wake up early, you study at 4 in the morning, it is great. Okay, I always used to start studying late. Okay, I used to study from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. This was my routine. Okay, so I used to be awake throughout the night. During the daytime, I used to sleep. Now, maybe your parents are bothered. Okay, they don't like this routine of yours. So this is bad, right? Okay, how many hours you are studying, it doesn't matter to them. Okay, are you studying continuously from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.? That doesn't matter to them. You need to wake up at 4 in the morning to study. Okay, if that is what is rewarded in your home, in your organization, then it is not a very good culture. Okay, so this is one control system. So it should not really matter what time of the day I'm studying. I'm studying for 8 hours, 10 hours a day. This should be enough. It should not matter to my parents whether I'm studying in the night or during the daytime, right? So control systems. So how is the culture of my home like? The second thing is routine and ritual. Okay, so it's a routine in my home that irrespective of how great I'm doing in my studies, every day I get a scolding from my parents that you haven't done this, you started say so late, you were always a loser throughout your school days. Okay, so if this is the routine, okay, then it is not a good culture of my home, right? Motivation is missing, support is missing. And okay, third, uh what is that? Okay, symbols. Okay. So coming to the symbols part, I have one sister and one brother, and I'm always they're always being favored over me, right? I am being discriminated against because I'm a girl child. My two brothers always get preference over me at all times. So this is not a very good culture in my home, right? This is symbols. The next one is power structures. I have to go home. Sorry, I have to go to my coaching center. I need to take permission from my parents. I have to go meet a friend. I need to take permission from my parents. My friend needs to come to my home, meet me. I want to relax and chill for a while with my friend. Again, I need approval from my parents. Okay, so if this is the situation, if everything is being controlled, micromanaged, okay, then it is not a good culture. Now tell me, did you understand the difference between these two things?
Yes, understood.
Okay,
Yes.
so this is the difference between cultural web and contextual features. And please understand, culture is something, it is not written anywhere. Okay, it is not written as a code somewhere, but it can break you from within. Just like some children are traumatized, right? Some children, they don't have a very good childhood, and then they later suffer in the later stages of their life. They suffer, right? So similarly, I'm also trying to make a point here. If employees are not supported by a good culture, by a healthy culture, by healthy leadership, good leadership, then they also suffer. And when they suffer, the company suffers, the business suffers, employees leave the organization. Okay, so therefore, before we make a big change in the company, we need to fix the culture. If the culture itself needs to be fixed first. Okay,
Understood. I
so
have
this is
one.
the difference.
I have one more question about. I read one of the case study where it was mentioned about the type of leadership. So my question was whether it will be about autocrative and participative one, or maybe charismatic or transactional, or maybe all of these.
All of these.
But isn't it possible that
Hmm.
uh, like it can be charismatic as well as participative, or it can be,
Yes.
then
Yeah.
in that case, how do we, what
Hmm.
is an ideal situation to consider both the types and explain accordingly, or it's just the one type that needs to be considered?
Okay. See, charismatic leadership and this participative, they go hand in hand. I mean, see, I need to energize people, I need to motivate people, convince them to bring the change, to help me bring the change and accept the change. Okay, we need a charismatic leader to step in for that. But then, if you really want the change to be successful, again, since there's a high resistance, you need a participative style leadership. Means you need people to share their ideas with you. You need to consider their ideas. You need to acknowledge them. You need to give them ownership. So you need to explain both of them. Okay, both.
So ideally, even if we are, suppose the type of leadership, ideally we are
Hmm.
supposed to start with being a participative and autocrative, and how they can achieve it, that can be
Hmm.
determined based on the transactional or the charismatic one, correct?
Hmm. So you said participative and autocratic. It's participative and charismatic.
It should be participative and autocratic, right? The first thing, like for
Mm-hmm.
me, I'm asking if we have to explain in the example or
Hmm.
exam, the first thing which if asked about the type of leadership, it should be, it can be either participative, the person who um, takes decision based on the participative method or
Hmm.
decentralization method, or the autocratic one, and how they
You
can do
said
it.
or. Okay, fine. I
Yes,
thought you were saying and.
and then how they can
Hmm.
achieve the goal is either by the transactional, or
Hmm.
other by either by being a charismatic person.
Correct. Okay. So now please tell me, I've explained cultural web. Are there any doubts in this? Because this is a very important topic. They test this in the exam. Now see, in the exam, they may use the word cultural web or they may not use this term. So if they are telling you to directly use cultural web to explain culture, great. I mean, they're just directly telling you that you have to use this web. But if they do not use it, they simply say explain the culture or tell the CEO what needs to be fixed or what is the culture like. Then also you need to use this web.
Madam, there was one question. What are the other names they can use for asking contextual features of the change?
Contextual features. Okay. So see, contextual features. See, I know in HP paper, June 25, they have directly used this term, explain the contextual features of HP, which we need to understand before we implement the change, right? But they may put it this way also, explain some background factors. Okay. Explain some background factors which we need to consider before we implement the change. Some
Oh,
background features, some background factors. Okay.
okay, madam. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes, Rishika, you were asking something.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, like I want to ask, like you said that while we have to write the answer of the cultural web, we don't have to write the general defines like what is routine and ritual. We just have to write the answer based on the case.
Correct.
Yes, yes. Then the marks, like how we can like maintain the length of the answer according to our marks. If in case we will just write the uh, points related to the case only, like
Okay.
yes.
See, let's say it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's say it is a 14 plus 4 mark question. 18 marks question it is, for example. Okay. 14 is technical skills, 4 is professional skills. Okay. So how do you decide the number of points you have to write in the exam? 14 by 2. Technical skills marks by 2. Okay. You have to write 7 points. Okay. Now per point, write 2 to 3 sentences max. 2 to 3 sentences max. Okay. Now, for example, let's say I'm explaining routines. Okay. I'm explaining the routines of this company HP or any company. And now I'm just making this up. What I would write here that, you know, uh, the company does, I would write, the company does meet the board sessions, meet the board sessions every month where the employees get to interact with the board of directors and ask queries or share concerns. Also, on a daily basis, um, the departmental managers have a coffee meet with all the employees. Just these two sentences I'm going to write, and I get 2 marks for this.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
Do not
yes.
start explaining. Routines means something which is done on a regular basis in the company, which may be good or bad for the culture of the company. No. No theory, no definitions. You know why I'm telling you this? One reason is you have limited time. Second is you are writing only for 14 marks, not 28 marks. You cannot exceed the length. You can't exceed the length. And third reason, the most important reason I would say is, see, you are writing an email to the CEO. Do you think the CEO doesn't know what is the meaning of routines? Do you think he doesn't know what is the meaning, the general meaning of control systems? No. You are in a board meeting, Rishika. Let's say you are in a board meeting, okay, and or you are in a very high level meeting, and you are one of the directors, and let's say the chairman or the CEO asks you a question. Do you think he would want to listen the meaning of routines from you? No, right? You just have to come to the point that, see, this is the routine that we are following, so this is a good culture, so this doesn't need any fixing. But then you can say, Ki, this is some other routine which I think needs fixing because this is done on a regular basis, and this is not quite good. So this means it's a good bad culture. So the CEO, you say, you are writing, you are who? Who are you in the exam? Usually you are a senior consultant. Okay, the company is paying you a good fee for giving consultancy. Do you think they want you to explain the meaning of routines? No. They want you to tell them what exactly is the routine and is it good, is it bad. If it's bad, explain why it's bad. If it is good, explain why it's good. Okay, so this is what the court wants you to do. They have not hired you to explain them the meanings of routines and rituals. Okay, any other questions here? So so per point you have to write 2 to 3 sentences. Two sentences are also fine.
Ma'am,
Okay.
also, yes, ma'am, like you said that we have to write 2 to 3 points, and then we have to explain that this culture is good or not. Right? That after writing the 2 points, like we have to mention that why while this culture is of like routine and routine they are following is good or not, or just write the 2 sentences that this is the routine and culture of the organization. So this
Okay.
culture is.
See, I would say mostly it would be written in the pre-scene or the exhibit only that this is the routine which they follow, and because of which the staff turnover has increased in the company. People are leaving the company. So mostly it would be written in the exhibit that the company, for example, let's say, I would say now it is a routine in the company that 30% of employees' salaries are deducted if they reported to work even 5 minutes late. This is a routine followed in the company. You can mention this. And then also write because of which the staff turnover has increased by 20% in the last 2 years. Okay. All this information would be mentioned in the pre-scene or the exhibits. So you don't have to say it is a good culture or a bad culture. Just say that 30% of the employees, sorry, just say that as per the latest reports generated, it is a practice that is being followed that 30% of the salaries are being deducted for the people who reported to work 2 minutes late, And this has increased the staff turnover by 10% over the last 2 years. Okay, so no need to be very specific and say it is a bad culture or a good culture. So if you simply write that the turnover has increased by this percentage, then it automatically means it is bad for the company. It's a bad culture. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Or let's assume this information that staff turnover has increased because of this is not given. Then you may not even explain that. You don't need to write it. Okay. Just mention that it is a regular practice followed in the company that people who reported up to 5 minutes late were subjected to a 30% reduction of their salaries. Okay, no need to explain whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Okay, and also no need to give a final conclusion also that overall is it a good culture or a bad culture? No. Okay, just explain these 8 components, these 7 components. Okay, and that's it. No need to give any conclusion, no need to give any recommendation unless asked. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, guys, any other questions? Then we'll take a break.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Hi, Sarah. Yes.
Yeah. So you said, right, like when we're framing the answers, as you mentioned, we don't need to really like specifically write if this is like favorable or unfavorable, right? So let's say like we have a point and then like we not have to like specify, oh, this is good or bad for us? Can we just simply go into the reason for why that's happening?
Yes, no need to give a conclusion whether this element of culture is good or bad. You just need to basically, fit the elements of the culture in the cultural web captions.
Got
You
it.
just need to fit this information. A lot about the culture would be given to you in the exhibits in the pre-scene. You just have to identify the right information and fit this into the cultural web. And most of your points would be coming directly from the exhibits only. So you would have a lot of information. You just have to fit all this in cultural web captions. Okay, that's it. Yes, Sarah, anything else? Or did I answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. I was just hoping like for, like a small example on like the culture. Like, I mean, how would you frame an answer? For
On
example,
cultural web.
let's say that,
Hmm.
uh, I mean, okay, I can't actually think of an example question right now, but
Okay, you want to do a question on cultural web maybe tomorrow?
yeah, actually, please. Yeah, because I'm not very confident on this topic, to be honest.
Okay, let's do it tomorrow then.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Jose, tell me.
I think, ma'am, the points for the control systems and routines, ma'am, will be largely same. So, can you tell me the difference between a routine and control systems?
Routines and control systems. Okay, just
Yes.
one suggestion. Okay, all of you, please understand one thing. You're sitting in the exam. You just have 195 minutes to attempt the paper. Just 3 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, you're writing an answer on cultural web. Now you know a point. You know it is relevant for cultural web, but you are not very sure about the caption, right? Put it under any caption of your choice. You're confused whether this point should go under control systems or it should go under routines and rituals. It is the right point, it is a relevant point, but we're not very sure. Give it any caption of your choice. Okay, examiner, when he checks your answer, he's not just going to go by the caption, he's going to check the content. So if your content is right, it doesn't really matter. Okay, this is one point I'm making here. Now, Jose, if you're asking me what is the difference between routines and rituals and control systems, okay, give me an example that I would want to share. Okay, let me share an example with you. Okay. Um, every day, every morning, the work starts at 9:15 around. Okay, 9:15 a.m. The work starts. At 9 a.m., all the team members, we need to go to a partner's cabin. and then he gives us a feedback on the previous day's work, or he gives us a scolding on the previous day's work. Okay, so 9 to 9:15 a.m. is basically that time which we all hate, and we need to meet the partner, and that's it. So this is a routine, this is a ritual followed in the company. So where would that go? It would go in routines and rituals. Control systems is something else. The company is ignoring customer support service. Okay. The company ignores customer support service. The company ignores the customer's ratings. That would go in control systems. But every week, twice, meetings are held on budgets and costing. Okay, so the company's focus is more on cost than on the quality of service, than on the quality of products and quality of customer support service. So that goes in control systems, right? Now, here I told you that meetings happen twice a week on budgets and costing. Now, it is a ritual also, it is a control system also. Put it wherever you want to put it. So let's say you have already one point for routines and rituals. So you can put this part in control systems. It's your call now. Okay, you can put it under routines also. You can put it under control systems also. But let's say you already have one point for routines. Then put this information in control systems. Or you already have something under control systems, put it under routines. So in my case, I give you two examples. From 9 to 9:15 a.m., we all gather in the partner's cabin, and he gives us a feedback on the previous day's work, right? Or maybe he just has coffee with the rest of the team. That's it, and it's an informal chit chat that we do with the partner. So this goes in the routines part. In the control systems, we do weekly meetings where we discuss about the cost, about any budget overruns, any cost overruns, and we decide the next course of action on how to rectify the situation. Okay, so this is something which would go in control systems. It is a routine, no doubt, but here we are trying to control. So that goes in the control systems. And in the exam, if you're confused about the caption, put it under any caption, you get marks. You get full marks if the content is right. Yes. Jose, did I answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. So you are saying that the control system deals with the controls that we are placing in the organization. It can be checking the budgets, whether we are meeting the budgeted deadlines, and the routines. It can also be routine can also be the control the budgeting, and it can also be in the this control system. So we can put it in any caption you are saying.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
See, Vedhi, again, it's not mandatory to use captions, but I suggest you use captions. I suggest you use captions because, then you're making it very easy for the examiner you're telling him directly that the control, the cultural web, you have used this model because, in the examiner's answer key, right, which he's referring to while he checks your answer, cultural web captions and cultural web model would be given. So when you are telling him directly, indirectly, let's see, I knew this model, I have used the right model. Okay, I knew the captions. So you're making it easy for him to give you marks. So I suggest, even if you're confused about the captions, that's okay, but use the captions. Because I'm sure whatever caption you use, even if you're using control systems instead of routines, this caption is also correct. Okay. So my suggestion is you use captions. At least when you are using this model, please use captions. Same goes for pestle. Let's say there's a question on pestle. Okay. Now give captions. Okay. Make it very clear for the examiner the model you're using. Okay. Now, if you are using pestle, so when do we use pestle? I'll discuss this later. Okay, let me explain here. When they ask you to analyze the external environment of this company, okay, when they ask you to analyze the external environment of the company, we use pestle. Try to give the pestle captions. Okay, when you're using a model, let them know that you're using this model. Okay, is this fine? And you will not be confused during the exam about the captions, because you know the meaning of these captions, right? We have just discussed the captions.
Yes, understood.
But you can use them interchangeably, because sometimes, routines and rituals and control systems content may overlap. So it's okay. In that case, you can use any caption.
Okay.
Yes? Okay. So guys, we'll take a break now. Jose, yes, tell me.
Nothing. I was just saying that similarly, assumptions and stories and myths can also overlap, and organization structure and power structures can also overlap.
They may, yes, they may overlap. See, assumptions means what most of the employees are assuming about the company. It is not a story, right? When I said that I assume that, the leadership cares about the company, no one told it to me as a story, right? It is my own assumption. Looking at the leadership's behavior, this is my assumption. So stories and assumptions are different. But again, if in the exam, let's say you used a wrong caption, it's okay. I mean, if your content is right, you get marks. But assumptions means I'm assuming things about the leadership, about the company. No one told me anything explicitly. Okay, no one told me that the leadership thinks about the health of its employees, or the leadership is not going to call you back to office till the time COVID continues. No one told me as a story. I just assumed this. Okay, so his assumptions and stories are different.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Okay, but in case you feel in the exam, given the facts, these are overlapping, then it's okay. I mean, choose the caption of your choice. Okay, so we'll continue with this chapter. I think it's a lengthy one, so we'll continue with this in the after the break. Okay, so before we take a break, any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so now let's take a break till 4-6 p.m. Hi everyone, can we start?
Yes.
Yes.
See, please tell me, are your concepts getting cleared? Yes. Okay, so we are actually fairly slow. It's just the first chapter, and it has been 2 hours. Okay, so we'll increase the speed a bit now. Okay, so this was control systems and cultural web, right? That we discussed. Okay, so this is just an explanation part. I hope all of you have these sessions, have these notes, right? And if you want to watch this recording, you can check our YouTube channel as well. Yeah, so this is the end of this chapter. Okay, guys, so now we are going to see another chapter, which is chapter number 2. Okay, let's start chapter number 2. We are done with chapter number 1. Okay, the next one in front of us is stakeholder management chapter. Now, everyone understands what is Mendeley matrix? Mendeley matrix, everyone understands?
Yes, madam.
Mendeley matrix talks about stakeholder management, right? We
Yes.
have various types of stakeholders. We have pressure groups, we have local communities, public at large, media. Okay, we have these industry body, regulatory bodies, employees union, right? So these are the various stakeholders with us. Now, in the stakeholder matrix, now, in the exam, they can give you a question on evaluating, okay, how powerful these stakeholders are, right? So there we use Mendeley matrix, okay? But what I suggest, please forget whatever you have learned in Mendeley matrix, please ignore it. Why? Because in the exam, whether one stakeholder is powerful or not, we have to understand the facts of the case, and basis that we have to tell whether the employees are powerful or not. See, in general, employees are what? Low power, and in
High
general,
interest,
employees
right?
are low power and high interest, right? In general. But this thing can change. Now, I remember there was this company which was, I think, one is NC Tech, which is a cloud service provider. It is a past paper. Another one is DKK, which is June 26
Yes.
exam. Salon industry, yeah, many other industries. There, what happened? There were some very key employees of the company which are not easy to replace, irreplaceable employees. Okay, those employees had a very high power because NC Tech was facing a staff shortage. Okay, in fact, DKK, this is a salon industry, and the hairdressers are the employees of the salons, but hairdressers are in shortage. And also, when hairdressers leave salons, customers also leave salons. Customers are influenced by the hairdressers. So when hairdressers leave, customers also leave. So in such a case, I would call my hairdressers as high power or low power.
High power generally in case of professional industry, madam.
High power, okay. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. See, Mendeley gives you just a generic overview, but then you have to understand from the pre-seen, from the unseen, which is the exhibits, to understand whether the stakeholder is high power, high interest, or low power, low interest, or what. Okay, so that's why I'm saying don't pay much attention to what Mendeley says. Understand the facts of the case. From there, you will take a call on whether this is a low power or what, high interest or low power, low interest. Okay. Now, if you want to do a question on this, you can do NC Tech paper. Okay. In NC Tech, they have tested this. In many other papers they have, but NC Tech is one such paper where they're asking you to comment upon the power and influence, power and interest of each of these stakeholders, right? But I'm not discussing it because when in the exam they ask you this question, you have to give general. How would you treat these stakeholders? Okay, so irrespective of what Mendeley matrix says, you have to think what is the best way to treat this stakeholder. Now, this is for example, if I talk about this DKK salon, right? June 26 exam again, DKK salon. Now, hairdressers are what? Hairdressers are my employees, and these are what? These are high power and high interest. Okay. Now, in the exam, if they ask you to evaluate a stakeholder, okay, you need to explain whether it is high power or low power and give reasons why. Then explain what are the interests of the stakeholder, high interest, low interest. Okay, explain that. And then give how to treat this stakeholder. What best you can do to treat to happy to make this customer to make this stakeholder happy. Okay, so I actually am not going to use Mendeley here. Okay, I will say hairdressers have a very high power over the salons, over DKK, because these are first of all short in number. We are facing a high staff turnover ratio. Second, I would say they are also very powerful because hairdressers influence customers a lot. Customers are not loyal to the salons per se. Customers are loyal to the hairdressers. So when hairdressers leave the salons to set up their own businesses, clients also follow them. So for this reason, I would say hairdressers have a very high power over us. Second, now tell me what is the interest? See, people who have solved DKK would know this. What do the hairdressers want? Hairdressers want commission first of all. Okay, they recommend products to the customers who visit salons, so they want commissions. DKK is not giving commissions. Industry is paying, but not DKK. So they want high salaries, again, promotions. Okay, they want recognition also. Now, if you have read DKK, you would know it, else not. They want recognition. They want social media presence. They want DKK to promote hairdressers on its social media platforms, on its website, which DKK at present is not doing. DKK has limited social media presence. Their website, I think, is not great. They don't have much social media presence. So if I am a very popular hairdresser, I not just want good salary or a good position, I also want my employer to promote me, to make me famous, right? I want them to promote me on social media platforms. So this is what the hairdressers want. Hairdressers are always interested in DKK's policies because hairdressers want to know the performance of DKK. Because if DKK is doing well, hairdressers can expect a promotion, they can expect a bonus, salary hike. Okay. If DKK DKK has almost zero social media presence. Okay, they are not doing much e-marketing. They don't have much internet presence. So these hairdressers would be interested in knowing the e-marketing policies, e-marketing strategies of DKK so that they get to know whether DKK is going to take some steps to make its hairdressers popular or not, because these hairdressers are they are very popular. Okay, they are popular amongst the customers, but DKK is doing nothing to make them popular. So I would say hairdressers have a high interest in DKK. Hairdressers have a high power over DKK. Okay. Now, when you say they have a high power, explain why. How they have a high power. They have a high power. First of all, the salon industry is facing a high staff turnover. There's a acute shortage of hairdressers. Why? Because hairdressers are leaving salons to set up their own startups. And this industry doesn't need much investment. Okay. There are no barriers to entry. And this information is again coming from the pre-scene of DKK only. So for this reason, they have a high power over us. They're leaving us. They demand high salaries. Okay, so they have a high power in that sense. They have a high interest because they want to know our performance, because this helps them determine whether they get promotions, bonuses, salaries, hikes or not. They also want to know the e-marketing strategies of DKK because they want to be popular on social media accounts of DKK. Now tell me, how do you treat them? Now, leave what Mendelo says, okay? As per Mendelo, what are they, first of all? Hairdressers are what? As per Mendelo.
High power, high interest.
High power hairdress. So, what are they like? What are the name?
Key players.
Key players, right? But even if you don't know
Okay.
what are they, don't know this, it is okay. Okay. Now, I'm asking you to ignore Mendelo. Okay. How do we need to treat our key players? Okay. Leave what Mendelo says. Use common sense and give me an answer. How do we treat these hairdressers? Tell me.
Keep them happy and satisfied.
That is what the question is. How to keep them happy and satisfied.
Give them flexible working hours. Give them commission on sales.
Commission. See, first of all, give them commission because now see, I know there are many students who have not seen the pre-scene. I'll tell you. These hairdressers, they these salons. Okay, these salons, they cut your hair, they color your hair, they perm your hair. Means they make your color permanently straight or curly. Okay, but besides that, these salons also sell shampoos, conditioners, hairstyling tools, retail. They're also into retail sales, right? Now, I as a customer will purchase a particular product if the hairdresser recommends it to me, okay? And the rest of the industry is paying commissions to its hairdressers if the hairdressers are able to sell a product to a given customer. DKK's hairdressers also recommend products to the customers who visit the salons. And DKK's hairdressers are usually successful in convincing the customers to purchase the tools. But DKK, unlike the industry, is not paying any commissions to its hairdressers. Right? So that's why on how to treat these hairdressers, what would you write? First, pay them commissions. Next, make them popular on social media. Advertise, acknowledge, okay, your hairdressers on all your social media accounts. Okay. Show some before after videos of your customers getting a treatment from your hairdressers. Okay. And of course, some generic points I would write now. Again, salary, good salaries. Okay. So basically, if this question comes in the exam, you have to comment upon power of the stakeholder. Power is high, say why it is high. Okay, high or low, explain why or explain how. How is the power high or low? Interest, whatever is your answer, high or low, explain how, explain why. Explain what is their interest basically. Explain how or explain what is their interest, what is their power, and then you have to give how to treat these stakeholders. Whatever you think you can do for them, just do for them. Okay, ignore what Mendelo says, right? You have all the facts with you. You don't need Mendelo now. Okay, if you keep thinking about Mendelo, you'll waste your time. Okay, whatever you think the industry is doing, which we can also do, so pay them commission, salary hikes and all. Okay, so write whatever you think you can do. Okay. Okay, just one suggestion, all of you. Please don't write salary hikes. Because usually the companies which we see in the pre-scene, these companies are financially struggling. Okay. Think about some non-monetary benefits which you can provide, like make them popular on your social media channels, on your social media accounts. Okay. Non-monetary benefits, promotions, acknowledgement, commissions. Commission is an option, but don't talk about salary hikes, because salary hike may not always be feasible. Yeah. Okay. See, one of the professional skill which you always need to demonstrate is commercial acumen. So something which is not doable, something which is not implementable, please don't write at point. So salary hike, you have to, use a lot of caution when you say salary hike. If the company is not doing well, salary hike is not an option, right? If it were an option, we would have already explored this option. So salary hike seems like a very good option, but no, it's not always the right answer. Mostly it's not the right answer. Okay, so think about some non-monetary benefits which you can write, but not monetary benefits. Commissions you can still write. See, commission is a monetary benefit, but rest of the industry is paying commission, so we can also think about giving some commission. Okay. Okay, fine. So likewise, you need to explain about the power and interest of your shareholders. Okay. Now tell me, what do the shareholders in general want? What are the interests of your shareholders? They want low risk investments. They want the company to invest in low risk projects. Okay. What else? They want high returns on the projects which the company invests in. They want positive share price movement, right? That's what they want. Okay, talking about the power of the shareholders. See, if individually their shareholding is small, then they don't have much power over the company. But collectively, if they oppose some project or some idea, then they can have a collective power. Okay. For example, institutional shareholders invest in bulk in the company. Individually, they may have a small shareholding, but collectively, if they decide to resist, or if they decide to oppose some investment, then they can have a very high power. Okay, so how to treat the shareholders? If I say how to treat the shareholders, any policies or any major investments, any acquisitions that you're doing, these must be acceptable to my shareholders, and these will be acceptable to my shareholders when it is a high return project, low risk project. Okay, so then it would be accepted. Yes. Is this fine, clear? See, I'm revising the most important topics with you. Okay. So some of the topics which are not relevant for the exam, like this one, the CSR topic. Okay. Carol, how Carol has defined CSR. That's not relevant. I'm not discussing this. Okay. They don't ask you how Carol has defined CSR. Okay. There's one term called as greenwashing. Can anyone explain what does that mean? Greenwashing.
Making the false claim regarding the we are doing environment friendly things.
Yeah. So greenwashing is yes. Yes, you're right, Avinash. Who else wants to explain? So greenwashing basically means making fake claims, making tall claims about the steps you are taking to improve the environment, okay, to save the environment. Okay, things exist only on papers. In reality, you're not doing anything to fix the environment. So then that is greenwashing. So when the company is making any claims, they're saying that they're reducing their plastic usage, they're recycling water, they're reusing water. So if these claims are untrue, okay, if the company engages in making false claims, then it is this activity, this is known as greenwashing, which is not right, which is unethical, which is wrong, right? So all your advertisement will backfire if you are found to be engaging in greenwashing. So greenwashing must never be done. We should always do what we are committing. Okay. Now you know what? In the exam, they have tested you two types of questions. One is explain the contents. Explain the contents of environmental report. Okay. Explain the contents of environmental report. They have asked this question. And then another type of question is explain the contents of environmental audit report. Yes. Who knows the difference between these two? Difference between environmental report and environmental audit report. See, companies release environmental report, okay, where they explain what all steps have they taken to save the environment, what are their environmental goals, okay, what are the policies that they are following to meet these environmental goals, right? So this is an environmental report. Just like financial statements, we can also mention what steps have we taken in the past, what steps do we want to take in the future to save the environment, what are our long-term goals. Our long-term goals are by 2035 we want to cut down our carbon emissions by 80%. We want to switch to biofuels. We don't want to use fossil fuels but biofuels. Do you know what are biofuels? Anyone? Biofuels are the fuels which are made from dead plants and animals. Okay, these are not fossil fuels. So these are good for the environment. Okay, you burn them, but it won't impact the environment negatively. So these are this is my environmental report. But you know what? If you get this environmental report audited by an external auditor, then the credibility of this report increases. So in this case, what would happen? When I release I'm a company, when I release my annual report, I'm going to include my environmental report, and I'm also going to include the environmental audit report. Environmental audit report is the auditor's report, is the auditor's opinion on my environmental report, right? So if I accompany environmental report with an environmental audit report, then the credibility of my environmental report increases. And in the exams, in the past, they have asked you two types of questions: contents of environmental report and the contents of environmental audit report. I think environmental audit report they have tested in Colgate's question, if I'm not wrong. Do you know this? Have they tested this?
Yeah, in Corjet they have asked.
In Colgate's, no? Yes. So in Colgate's paper, now what is Colgate's paper? September 2023. Okay. In September 23, September 23 was the first paper where they launched the pre-seen format for the first time. There they have tested this question, and believe me, 90% of the students got this question wrong. Because the question was explain the contents of environmental audit report. Students thought they're asking contents of environmental report, and they wrote the contents of environmental report and they lost marks. 99% student got this wrong. Okay. Now, I'm just parking this part aside. I want to discuss this with you. Yeah, I want to discuss these two topics with you. Okay, so I'm just noting them down. Give me a second. Okay, so I'm noting these two questions. Okay, we'll discuss these two in the next session. Yes, any questions? Pooja is asking, yes. Yes, Pooja, correct. See, basically, in environmental audit report, the auditor mentions what all has he audited and what all audit procedures he used and what is his opinion on the audit evidence gathered by him. Okay, and then he gives a final opinion on the environmental report of the management, right? So he's going to say that, so I'll discuss this tomorrow. Okay, I'll give you a proper answer for this. I'm going to discuss Colgate's paper for this. Okay, and I'll explain you with the help of a question. Okay, so we will do this in the next session, means tomorrow's session. Okay, now do you need to learn these standards? No, no need as such, but you should know the crux of these standards. Okay, AA 1000 standard, EMAS, you should know the crux. So we'll discuss the crux also tomorrow when we discuss the contents of environmental report. Okay, now comes integrated reporting. Integrated reporting is a very favorite topic of the examiner. Yes, who can explain integrated reporting?
Ma'am, integrated reporting gives both financial and non-financial information to the shareholders.
Okay, financial and non-financial information for shareholders. Only shareholders?
I mean stakeholders.
Stakeholders, right? For all the stakeholders?
Yes. Okay. And there are 6 capitals.
Fine, okay.
Financial, social, natural.
Manufacturing.
Human. Intellectual.
Natural.
Natural done. All done.
All done.
Okay, now tell me, how is integrated reporting different from financial reporting?
Madam, it tells about value chain, how the organization makes the uses of these 6 capital to perform its operation and generate the revenues.
Yes. See, if I look at, let's say Zomato, okay, Zomato is a food aggregator in India and many other countries. Now, I want to, look at the financials of Zomato. I'm going to look at the financial statements. But as a prospective investor, I also want to understand how exactly does Zomato create value? What are the value chain activities of Zomato? Like when I place an order through the through Zomato app, what exactly happens? What events take place? Okay, till the time since the time I place an order on the app till the time the food gets delivered at my doorstep, what all events have happened? What are the various value chain activities of the company using which the company is generating value? I also want to know what are the key assets of this company? What are the key tangible and intangible assets of the company? I don't want to know about provision for doubtful debts. I don't want to know about the general debtors and creditors of the company. Okay, I don't want to know whether this company is following its accounting standards or not. I don't want those details which I get from the balance sheet P&L. I want to know about very key assets using which the company has been so successful. I want to also know what is the company doing, because I am not a shareholder. I am a stakeholder. I am an environmental group, and I want to know what exactly is Zomato doing for the environment, right? I am an employee. I want to know what is Zomato doing for the employees at large. So financial statements are meant for shareholders in general, but integrated reports are meant for everyone, including shareholders. Okay, and the aspects of the company, the aspects about Zomato which are missing in the financial statements can be found in the integrated report.
Yes, madam.
Yes, right, Jose. Financial reporting is based upon the past financial performance, but integrated reporting tells me about what is happening within the company at present and what are the company's plans and for the future. If the company has a plan to purchase a property in the future, even that goes in integrated reporting. This you won't find in the financial statements. Okay, if the company is planning to cut down its carbon emissions by 70% by 2035, even that goes in integrated reporting. So integrated reporting tells you about the present and the future. Present and the future. Financial statements talk about what happened in last year, what happened in the past. Financial reporting is meant for shareholders. Integrated reporting for all the stakeholders, including employees, environmental groups, the shareholders as well. Okay, employees as well. And then integrated reporting tells me about how is the company creating value. Value means how is this a profitable company? How is it serving its customers? And how does the future look like for this company? I want to invest in this company, but before I invest in this company, I don't want to just know about its past financial performance. I want to estimate what this company is going to do in the future, which I can do better with the help of integrated reports. Okay, so this is an integrated report. Now, what are the 6 capitals? You have just explained the 6 capitals. So in the exam, they can ask you a question. They can ask you, explain the 6 capitals of the integrated report. Okay, explain 6 capitals. They can also ask you to explain the benefits of integrated reporting. Okay, benefits of integrated reporting. They may also ask you, how is integrated reporting different from financial reporting? So these kind of questions may be asked. And in the exam, instead of using the word integrated report, they may use the word integrated thinking. So integrated thinking, integrated report is one and the same thing. Integrated thinking means you're thinking about all your stakeholders. And when you think about all your stakeholders, when you do integrated thinking, you make integrated report so that all your stakeholders get to know about what is the company doing at present and what is the company planning to do in the future. So sometimes, in fact, I've seen many times at the exams, they are not using the word integrated reporting, they're using the word integrated thinking. That the company wants to engage in integrated thinking and therefore they want to make a report, which satisfies everyone's needs. Okay, so integrated reporting should click that time. And I think in NC Tech paper, they have tested integrated reporting, and I think in Vigo also they have tested Vigo paper. Okay. Yes. Now let's talk about okay, who can explain financial capital?
Madam, reserve net worth, debt, cash, whatever is available in the terms of the finance available or future available resources.
Okay. Financial capital means let's say the company wants to invest. Let me talk about this company Bigo. Okay, Bigo is just like Ola Uber industry. It's Ola Uber industry. It's a ride-hailing company. Now Bigo wants to start delivering food as well, and they want to set up a new business by the name Bigo Bites. They want to not just transport people, they want to deliver food as well. So they want to set up a new business by the name Bigo Bites. So, money that we are planning to raise in the future, even that goes in financial capital. So what goes in financial capital? First of all, the financial performance of the company. For example, over the last few years, my revenues increased by 6%. I can write this in my financial capital explanation. Revenue increased by 6%. Profit increased by 10%. Financial gearing ratio became adverse. And I'm also planning to raise $1 million to invest in Bigo Bytes business. So my present financial performance, what money I'm planning to raise in the future, how do I want to raise through equity or do I want to take loans? Okay, so anything which I want to do in the future also goes in financial capital. Okay, how much money do I have in hands? How much money I'm planning to borrow in the future? And what is my recent financial performance like? So my revenues increased by 6% over the last 4 years. Okay, this information you can include here. Try to make sure your points are just 2 to 3 liners. Okay. Now comes what is manufactured capital? Yes. Who can explain?
मैडम जो फिक्स्ड एसेट्स अगर हमारे पास पड़े जिनके बेसिस ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ विच वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ओवर द एफजी.
Yes. Manufactured assets are non-current assets, your fixed assets. Okay. Now, the buildings, computers, if I talk about Bigo, tell me, for Bigo, what does Bigo have? Buildings, infrastructure, equipments, computers. What else? Cars, bicycles, because they also have bicycles, okay? So all of it goes there. And even those non-current assets, which I do not own as a company, even they will be mentioned in manufactured capital. Okay,
Like
I don't own them, but using these resources, using these non-current assets, I'm generating value. So even they will go in manufactured. Yes, yes, I think Avinash, you were speaking.
yeah, the like network infrastructure is coming in manufacturing or like the intellectual one?
Which infrastructure?
Network. Like in
Network
NCTech.
infrastructure.
Yeah.
You mean I have a network of drivers with me?
Yeah, like like NCTech, like we have the network of like we are using the networks for delivering our like services. So that one.
Yeah, so that goes in intellectual. So intangible assets go in intellectual capital. Intangible assets, for example, softwares, my goodwill, okay, my relationship with suppliers. I'm a reputed company. I always get a 4-star rating.
Skills of the employees.
Skills of the employees, it would go in human capital. Okay, for that we have a special capital, which is human capital.
Okay.
So intellectual capital, I'm going to write trademark, any exclusive licenses which I hold, logos, brand value, reputation. Okay. Yeah, and one more thing, SOPs of the company, standard operating procedures of the company, using which the company has been so successful. Even that goes in intellectual capital. Some special policies of the company, the business model of the company, the SOPs, policies of the company, using which the company has been so successful. Even that goes in intellectual capital. So
Patent.
patent also goes here, copyrights goes here. Okay. Intangible assets which provide us competitive advantage, patents, copyrights, software, policies, SOPs, reputation. So if you can recall, if you have done this level paper, level, it's a hotel, and this hotel, I think it's a four-star rating, right? So this means this also goes, this rating, this you can mention in intellectual capital. Okay, people come to us, people come to level for its four-star rating. Okay, manufactured is clear. Manufactured means buildings, computers, furniture. Uh, if I have cars, if I'm Bigo, Bigo is a ride-hailing company. So I have bicycles, I have cars. Okay, that goes in manufactured. Now, what goes in human capital?
Talent management.
Talent management. Yeah, how I'm managing my talent. See, in human resources, what goes? First of all, what is my relationship with the employees? Are my employees happy with me? Are my employees loyal employees? What is the staff turnover ratio? If the staff turnover is quite high, my employees are leaving me, not a good relationship. Okay. So see, in integrated reporting, all the positive and the negative aspects have to be explained. Okay. Even if the human capital is not very good, you have to explain this transparently. So what is your relationship with your employees like? How skilled are your employees? Okay. How skilled are your employees? And you can also mention, for example, my employees are subjected to 100 days of training a year. Okay, 100 days training a year. They are also allowed to work from anywhere. Their higher education is also sponsored by the organization. Okay, they can work from anywhere. These are the benefits which we are offering to our employees. Our staff turnover ratio is the lowest amongst the industry, and we have a great relationship with our employees. In a recent employee survey, 90% of the employees gave us 4 out of 5 rating. Okay, we have recently won Best Employer of the Year award or Best Organization of the Year award. Okay, so all these aspects go in the human capital. How skilled are my employees? I have, for example, let's talk about DKK. Now, DKK is a salon, and DKK, if you have read the case, you know, even though it is not mandatory for the other salons, but DKK has made it mandatory for its hairdressers to complete certain qualifications and degrees. So all its hairdressers are celebrity hairdressers. All of them are highly qualified hairdressers. They're experienced. Okay, so that goes in human capital. Next one is natural capital. In natural capital, we explain what resources do we use in the organization. What natural resources, renewable, non-renewable, we use. Okay, and what are we doing for the environment? Okay, if we are harming the environment, mention this. Mention that our carbon emissions are too high, our fuel and electricity usage is high, our water wastage is quite high. We do not recycle our waste. 99% of our waste is not recycled. Okay, you can mention that. Now, if you're doing something good for the environment, you plant trees every year, you do a plantation drive. Okay, 90. You have been able to reduce your carbon emissions by 90%. You have reduced your plastic usage by 50%. So you can mention this also. See, if you're harming the environment, mention this. If you're not harming the environment, doing something good for the environment, mention this. And what resources are you using from the environment? Now, if I talk about Bigo, okay, which is a ride-hailing company, tell me what are the resources which we are primarily using from the environment? Yes.
Like we are using micro mobility option that.
Yes. So, you know, Bigo, for students who have not read this case, you know, Bigo is also encouraging its users to use bicycle options, okay, where you travel through bicycle. So that is a micro, it is called as micro mobility. It is the name of the service, and they are also encouraging their consumers to use bicycles. Now, this is one step taken by this company to reduce the damage to the environment. Okay, yeah, so one is micro mobility. Next, also we are also using, what resources are we using from the environment? We are using a lot of fossil fuels, because using fossil fuels, we make petrol, diesel. Okay, so fossil fuels are non-renewable sources of energy. So we use a lot of fossil fuels. We cause a lot of pollution, lot of carbon emissions. Okay, our industry of such is of such a nature that we harm the environment a lot. So our carbon emissions are too high, pollution too high. We use a lot of fossil fuels. Okay, but one good step which we have taken to save the environment is that we encourage our users to use micromobility. Okay, and yeah, one more thing. We have this ride sharing option as well, right? So does ride sharing help us in saving the environment? Is it sustainable? It is, right? How?
Traffic congestion is reducing with that.
Yeah, because people are sharing rides. Yeah, people are sharing rides. So which means that instead of two cars, just one car is using fuel. So basically, it is sustainable at the same time. Using same vehicle for many people, right? People share rides. Okay. Now the last element, the last capital is social capital. What is social capital? Yes, rest of you who are not speaking, please.
The
Social
kind of
capital.
relationship they maintain with their stakeholders, employees, their community, customers.
Okay. See, employees are already covered in human capital. Okay. So employees won't be covered here. Okay. Relationship of the company with suppliers, customers, and other stakeholders. It could be pressure groups. It could be, see, environmental groups may go in natural capital. Okay. We have a special capital for environment. So relationship with the environmental activists, relationship with the environmental groups, that will go in natural capital. But my relationship with the other stakeholders, like my suppliers, like my customers, okay, and the rest of the stakeholders will go in social capital. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you what will go in my social capital. Let's say I have long standing relationships with my suppliers. Okay. And um, all my suppliers are responsible suppliers or ethical suppliers. Means my suppliers are also green suppliers. Means my suppliers are also taking steps to save the environment. Okay. They use good quality raw materials. They are also very transparent. So they are ethical suppliers. And I have very good relations with my suppliers, right? All of my suppliers are reputed suppliers. So this can go in social capital. My customers are loyal to me. My customer retention ratio is 50%, which means 50% of my customers repeat their business with me. Customers are loyal to me. Customers always give me great rating. My rating throughout has been 4.5 stars out of 5 stars. So the rating has been great. My customer retention ratio is very high. Okay, the number of customers I serve has been increasing at an increasing rate. Okay, so all these statistics you have to include in your points. Okay, don't just say we have a great relationship with our customers and suppliers. Don't just say that. Okay, just say that my customer retention ratio is 50%, which is the highest in the industry. Our customers have consistently given us 4.5 to 4.7 stars in the past 5 years, which is the best in the industry. And as per the recent customer survey, all our customers are happy with us. So something like that, okay? So include statistics also from the exhibits in your answer. Okay. Also, anything that you're doing for your customers, anything which is making your customers happy, anything which is making your suppliers happy, okay, all of it will be explained in the social capital. Yes. Okay. Now, anyone has any questions? Yes. Is six capitals clear? The six capitals or integrate reporting clear? It's a very easy question. Okay. And it may come in the exam. You never know. They can always test this in the exam. They have been testing it frequently. It's a revision session, but I think I'm going very slow. Okay. Now I want to explain, some of the features of integrated reports or some of the differences, how integrated reporting is different from financial reporting. So one which I have already explained. Okay, let me explain. See, first of all, integrated reports, unlike financial statements, are strategic and forward-looking. They talk about the future, okay? They tell about the management plans for the what the management is planning about the to do with the customers in the future. Okay, what plans do we have to save the environment in the future? So, unlike financial statements, which give you information about the past performance of the company, integrated reports are future looking, forward looking, and strategic. Okay, they tell you about what are the strategies that we are planning to adopt in the future. Like if I talk about this Bigo company, right? Bigo is planning. Bigo is planning to do what? They're planning to start a food delivery business. Okay, so this is something which will be mentioned in my not in my financial statements, but in my integrated reports. Also, integrated reports help us understand the various value chain activities which the company has, because of which the company is able to create value. Connectivity across all relationships that create value. So, what are the various capitals or what are the key assets of the company using which the company is generating value? Okay, so that again you can know from the integrated reports. Okay, it is the same thing. Also, you know what? Financial statements are too detailed, right? A lot of immaterial information is also a part of my financial statements. Now, as an environmentalist, as an environmental activist, I am not interested in knowing about provision for debtors or provision for warranties, right? So therefore, I do not really want to have a look at the financials. I will quickly have a look at the integrated reports, okay? Because I will not even read the entire integrated report. I will quickly jump to the natural capital segment, and from there I can know what is the company doing for the environment. Is it polluting the environment? Is it doing something good for the environment? Okay, so integrated reports, they disclose material information, unlike financial statements which are too detailed, okay, which may have something which is not important for me as a stakeholder. Integrated reports have material information only, concise. It's a concise report. Materiality, disclosing those matters that substantially affect value creation. Okay. Okay, and also it is recommended that integrated reports are reliable, they are complete, and they avoid any bias. Integrated reports should not be used as a tool by the organizations to do PR, to do marketing, right? So if your relationship with your customers is great, mention it in the social capital. But if your relationship with the suppliers is bad, or there's something, the relationship is problematic, explain this, okay? when you flaunt your achievements, then also talk about your weaknesses in this report. So this report should avoid any bias. Okay, it should not be used as a marketing tool. Next, it is a summary document. It is concise because we want people to read integrated report. So therefore, it is supposed to be a very simple, broad level document. Okay, not too detailed. And also, companies should ensure when they make integrated reports, they must use the same formats. Okay, they must use the same format so that the reports can be compared with the previous year's reports of the company and with the other reports of the other companies. So integrated reports must be consistent, they must be consistently prepared and comparable with other organizations over time. Now you can treat all these whatever we discussed as benefits of integrate report or some features of integrate report. So in the exam, if they ask you the benefits, you can mention some of these. Okay. Okay, so this is the end of integrated reports and this is the end of this chapter. Now, do you have any questions from this chapter? We're done with chapter 1 and 2. Yes, any doubts? Now, all of you have the notes with you? Okay, if you don't have these notes, okay, I'll be sharing with you a channel link. You can join and you will get the notes. I know, yeah, I know 90% of you have these notes. Okay, so those of you who have studied from me, you would have these notes. Now we are moving on to the next chapter, which is chapter 3. Okay, Rishika, no worries. I'm just sharing a link with you. Give me a second. Okay, can you see a link in the chat box?
No, ma'am.
In the chat box. I just shared one link.
Yes, got me.
Yeah, all of you, please join this channel. Okay, all the updates related to pre-scene, okay, which will be released on the 25th. Okay, and all the notes, all the pre-scene stuff I'll be sharing here. So please join this channel. Maybe you can copy paste. You can email this link and you can join later. Okay, so we are done with chapters 1 and 2 and we are moving on to chapter 3. So far, are you understanding your concepts? Everything is fine? Okay, so now let's start with chapter number 3. Okay, which is corporate governance. Now, I want to talk a bit about diversity. Who can explain diversity in the board? They've tested
Madam,
this in the
gender
exam.
diversity, age diversity, qualification, expertise like that.
Please repeat once more, Sadashiv.
Madam, gender diversity, age diversity, qualification, experience,
Yes.
ethnics.
Yeah. Okay, who else wants to explain diversity in the board? They may ask you this question on the benefits of diversity in the board or how to inculcate diversity in the board.
The expertise should be from different age group, from different demographics also, and different areas of industry.
Correct. So we want people from different genders. Okay, we don't want it to be a one gender dominated board. We want people in the board to have varied skills. Okay, different opinions. Okay, because we don't want groupthink in the company, right? We want people to challenge each other's opinions and take the best decision. So we want people from different social backgrounds, different age groups, different ways of thinking, thought processes. We want them to be coming from different industries. Okay, so that they brainstorm before we take decisions. The directors do board meetings, they brainstorm, they challenge each other's ideas and opinions, and then we are in a position to take the best decision for the company. Okay, so this is diversity in the board. Okay. Now, 50% of the directors must be non-executive directors. Okay. Non-executive directors are who? They do not get any salaries or bonuses. They are not the employees of the company. What they get is sitting fees for the meetings which they conduct in the organization. Okay. Their main role is to challenge the strategies of the executive directors, right? And as per the best corporate governance, the chairman of the company, the chairman must be a non-executive director. Okay, at least half of the board must be non-executive directors, right? And now we are going to study about the three committees. So as per the best corporate governance, we should have these three committees in the organization. The first one is audit committee. Who can explain audit committee? Audit committee's composition first.
Madam, all independent directors, at least one should have financial expertise.
All directors must be non-executives with at least one director having knowledge of finance, auditing standards, accounting standards. Okay, with at least one person having this knowledge, and all the directors must be non-executives. Okay. Talking about their roles. What is the role of audit committee?
They improve the financial statements. They strengthen the internal and external auditors.
They do the financial statements.
No, not do. They improve the financial statements.
Okay. So they basically review the financial statements, right?
Yeah, they review the financial statements,
Okay.
and they are responsible for the independence of the external auditors.
Yeah.
And
They
they let the external auditors report to them. The internal auditors also report to them.
No, external auditors don't report to them as such. When external auditors are facing problems with the management, right? When the management is not cooperating with external auditors are requesting the management to share some explanations or documents, or they're facing trouble. Okay, they're facing problems with the management. Management is not cooperating with external auditors, because of which the audit is not happening smoothly. In that case, we can always raise this concern with the audit committee, and then the audit committee will look into the matter and will try to resolve these conflicts.
Yes.
Okay, fine. And they also review the internal controls of the company. See, I'll give you some way to understand and memorize it. See, audit committee is responsible for everything related to the financial statements, right? They want the financial statements to be error-free, fraud-free, window dressing-free. Okay, this is what they want in the financial statements. Now, financial statements are made using what? Using internal controls. Bad internal controls will mean wrong financial statements. So they want the internal controls as well to be strong, because weak internal controls will lead to faulty financial statements, will lead to frauds in the financial statements. So audit committee looks after the financial statements, and in order to look after the financial statements, they also need to look after the internal controls, right? Now, financial statements are reviewed by whom? By external auditors. So, audit committee also ensures that the external auditors are doing the audit properly. External auditors are not facing any threat, any pressure from the management. External auditors are getting what they want from the management. External auditors want explanations from the management, documents and evidence from the management, books and records from the management. They are getting what they want to get. Okay, management should be cooperating at all times with the external auditor. Audit committee also ensures that the external auditors are independently doing the audit without facing any threat or pressure or fear from the management. They are independent. They're independently doing the audit. And who else is responsible for financial statements? Internal auditors. Internal
Finance
auditors,
director.
finance director. Yes. Yeah, directors look after it, but see, who checks the controls? Internal auditors also check the controls. So
Yeah.
the people who are checking the controls should also be working independently, because if internal auditors are working with it with fear, they are not independent, then this exercise of checking the internal controls by internal auditor would not be a good exercise. So audit committee primarily is responsible to look after the financials. But in order to look after the financials, they have to look after the internal controls, external auditors also, internal auditors also. Okay. And then let's say I'm one of the employees from the internal audit team, and I know, or let's say I'm not from the internal audit team, I'm just one of the employees, and I know that a fraud is happening in the organization. I'm aware of it, but I'm scared. I think if I disclose it, if I expose this fraud, I'll be fired, I'll face negative consequences. So therefore, tell me, what is another role of audit committee to ensure what?
Whistleblower policies.
Whistleblowing policy. Okay, so audit committee also ensures that there is a whistleblowing policy in the company, as per which if anyone, any employee knows about some wrongdoing happening in the organization, he can safely escalate it or disclose it to the leadership without facing any negative consequences. He will not face any problems after that. So a whistleblower policy must also exist in the company. Audit committee is not going to make this policy. Audit committee just ensures that a sound policy, a sound whistleblowing policy exists. Okay, audit committee is not going to do routine functions or executive functions. They're not the employees of the company. They're just there to ensure that things are proper, things are there. So if I have to tell you the functions of audit committee is responsible to review the financial statements, and they ensure ensure that there is no fraud or window dressing in the financials. They also ensure that the external auditors are working independently without any fear from management. External auditors are getting all possible help and cooperation from the management. They ensure, okay, they don't provide help as such to the external auditor. They just ensure that the management is cooperating with the external auditors. Then the audit committee also ensures that the internal auditors' recommendations, internal audit report is taken seriously by the management. Audit committee also ensures that the internal auditors are working independently without any fear from the executive directors, especially the finance director. And internal auditors must report to the audit committee. If an audit committee is present, internal auditors must report to audit committee. And audit committee also ensures that the internal control system is sound, strong, and robust. Okay, fine. Yes. Any questions in this?
Ma'am, it increases the public confidence also.
Yeah. So the benefit is if an audit committee is present in the organization, it improves especially the shareholders' confidence in the company, right? It also ensures that the external audit is a good external audit, because then the executive directors would have a fear of the non-executive directors, that if they do not cooperate with the external auditor, or if they try to blackmail or pressure the external auditor, then there would be someone who's acting as a check against it. Okay, so these are the functions of audit committee. Yes, any doubts in this, please tell me. Audit committee, 100% non-executives. They monitor financial statements, they monitor internal controls, they monitor internal audit function, they monitor external audit function. They also ensure a whistleblowing policy exists. Okay. Okay. Now we have remuneration committee. So what is the composition of remuneration committee?
Majority should be NDs.
Okay, think about it. Take a minute, everyone. Please tell me the composition of remuneration committee.
Hundred percent NED.
100% NEDs? Everyone agrees? Okay, fine. See, it is 100% NEDs, okay? 100% NEDs. Just like audit committee. Yes. Yeah, so 100% non-executives. Now, what does the remuneration committee do? They ensure that the remuneration of the executive directors, mind it, executive directors, not non-executive directors. The remuneration committee ensures that the remuneration of the executive directors is sufficient but not excessive. It should be reasonable. And some part of this remuneration, which is paid to the executive directors, must be variable, which means it must be based upon the performance of the executive directors, right? It must be linked to the performance of not just the executive directors, but performance of the company as well. Let's say the directors are doing great, but company's performance has dropped, means the company's profits have dropped. So obviously, the directors also should be subjected to a pay cut. So my variable pay would be dependent upon my performance plus my company's performance also. Okay, and it should also be linked to the company's long-term interests. So if the company has a lot to invest in the near future, right? So then also directors must take a pay cut. So in COVID times, what happened? In COVID times, directors took a pay cut. Why? Because the company was not doing great. Next is transparent. Remuneration paid to the executive directors must be transparently disclosed in the financial statements. Not just the lump sum pay of all the directors, but individual pay of these directors must be disclosed in the financial statements. Okay, so it must be transparently disclosed. So these are some of the roles of the remuneration committee. Now talking about nominations committee. What is the composition of nominations committee? Composition first.
I think majority is for nomination NLEs.
Yeah, it's a mix, right? Yeah, so majority should be non-executives. Yes, who was explaining?
Yeah, majority should be non-executive.
Yeah, both. So it should be a mix, but majority as non-executives. Okay. Okay, so we need a mix of both of them. Okay. Later on, I'm going to talk about risk committee also. So what does this committee do? Nominations committee.
Ensure diversity.
See, first of all, yeah, diversity also. See, nominations committee ensures that, let's say there are 5 directors in the company, 5 executive directors, and all of them are dishonest, fraudulent people. Now, we need to hire more directors. So definitely they would want their friends who are also dishonest like them to come to and join the board, right? So we don't want that to happen. We want merit-based appointment of directors and not relationship-based. Okay. If I am a friend or family of the director, then I would be appointed as a director. So that should not happen. So nominations committee ensures that people who are being considered as a directorial candidate, they must be considered basis merit, basis an interview. So a formal, rigorous, transparent appointment procedure must be followed. Nominations committee ensures that directors who are considered should be selected through a proper interview process, okay, based on merit. Appointments must be based on merits with due regard for benefits of diversity. So if we have enough males in the board, then the nominations committee ensures that the next set of directors who get appointed to the board must be females. So we want a gender diversity and all other types of diversity in the board. So nominations committee ensures that this happens. Yes. Okay. So this is nominations committee. Now the next one is risk committee. What is the composition of risk committee? Are you typing something? Okay, risk committee is a mix of executive and non-executive. Okay, risk committee is also a mix of executive and non-executive. Risk committee ensures that risks are identified timely, risks are measured timely. Measured means their likelihood and their impact is assessed, and then the risks are mitigated and managed well by the company, right? Okay, now who would want to explain the difference between the CEO and the chairman? In the exam, they have tested this question. Why should we have a separate CEO and a separate chairman? Basically, the question was that, like, I think the chairman of the company left. So the CEO wanted to act as a CEO plus as a chairman. So then the question was why we should have two separate people as chairman and CEO. Okay, why we need two different people?
Like to challenge the like decisions that like CEO is generally the executive director and the chair is generally the non-executive director. So like someone to challenge the
Yes.
executive director decisions.
Yeah, see, chairman is much senior than the CEO. Chairman is running the board, and the CEO is basically reporting to the chairman. So if CEO acts as the chairman also, there would be no one to challenge the CEO, right? And their functions are different. Okay, the chairman is an chairman is non-executive director. So okay, the Sarbanes-Oxley is not relevant. We're not discussing. Now, what are the responsibilities of the board? See, when I say the board, I mean executives and non-executives. Yes, who can explain? In general, what are the roles of the board of directors?
Like they are setting the strategies and look over the risk and controls the remuneration
Okay,
as well.
see, if in the exam they ask you to explain the roles of the board, if you do not know roles of board means roles of both executives plus non-executives. Okay, board means executives plus non-executives. And when you don't know the roles of executives, non-executives, you can simply think about those four committees, right? Audit, risk, remuneration, nomination. And you can mention the roles of all these four committees one by one. You can explain the roles of them. Okay, so this is also right approach to answer this question. Yeah, so what does what does the board do? What are the roles of the board? The board is collectively responsible, like executives, non-executives together are responsible for promoting the success of the company by directing and supervising the company's affairs. Okay, this is what the board collectively does. They make strategies for the company and they give a direction to the company. The board provides entrepreneurial leadership of the company within a framework of prudent and effective controls which enable risk to be assessed and managed. So here they are talking about, the roles of audit committee, risk committee together. So the board needs to ensure that the risks are identified and managed well, that the internal control systems are effective and robust. Okay. Yes. What else can you write? The board should also set the company's strategic aims, vision, and mission, ensuring that the necessary financial and human resources are in place for the company to meet its objectives and review management performance. So, on a regular basis, they review management performance. They also ensure that we have enough financial resources available at all times to take decisions. We have human resources available at all times to take decisions. Okay, we have enough employees, we have enough money funds to take business decisions. The board monitors the chief executive officer, oversees the strategy, whether the strategy is being fulfilled or not, monitor risks, internal control systems. They monitor the human capital aspects of the company, such as succession planning, morale, training, remuneration. They manage potential conflicts of interest. Okay, I don't think it is. Okay, next one is ensuring that there is effective communication of its strategic plans, both internally and externally. Boards should meet regularly and frequently in order to be effective and need to take sufficient time to fulfill other responsibilities. So board must ensure they're doing frequent board meetings, healthy debate and discussion, brainstorming before they take any decisions. Okay, it is also the board's responsibility to communicate its plans to its employees, to its customers via annual reports, via integrated reports, environmental reports. Okay, this we have discussed. The board must also continuously update themselves. Okay, they should get themselves regular trainings, which is continuing professional development. Yes. Okay, now we are going to take a break, and after the break, we'll talk about this. What are the roles of the chairman and the CEO, and why we should have two different people in these roles? Okay, this question has been tested many times in the past, so we are going to discuss this after we take a break. Yeah, so before we take a break, any questions, anyone? Yes, any doubts, anything that is concerning you, please ask me.
Ma'am, can you tell the question name?
Sorry?
The question name in which is the difference of chairman and CEO is being
Chairman,
tested.
actually, it has not been tested in the recent past. Ever since pre-scene, got launched, means in September 23. Since September 23, they haven't tested it. I'll have to check, maybe in SmartView, Highlight, on some very old papers, they might have tested this. Okay, I'll have to, okay, do you have BPP with you, Karan?
Yes, ma'am.
I think, there's an index. This is basically chapter number, chapter 3, right? Yeah. So if you have a look at the BPP topic index, I think you can open BPP practice kit. There's an index given, I think, on the 7th page or the 14th page of the book. Okay, I think it's 14th page, I think, in Roman numbers. So there they have mentioned, they have given that chapter 3 was tested in which attempt. Okay, maybe you can let me know or share with me a screenshot of those papers. They have given that chapter 3 questions were tested in which attempt. So we can have a look at those papers. There, they might have tested this. And this question has not been tested in the last, I think, 2-3 years. So they may test it this time. Okay, so can you send me a screenshot once?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, there it is given. So after the break, we are going to discuss why these two people must be separate. And then I think, then I think it would be the last topic of this chapter. Okay, so can we take a break now? Yeah. Okay, Karan, G-Land. Okay, please tell me a past paper. I'm not sure whether G-Land is a past paper. Okay, you
No,
can
it
send
is
me a
not.
screenshot. I'll have a look. Okay, so now let's take a break till 6:05 p.m. Hi everyone, let's start. Yes. Yeah, so we were discussing why the CEO and the chairman must be two different people. Okay, so what are the roles of the chairman?
Like to challenge the executive director strategies, decisions, and oversees the things.
Okay, and what about the CEO?
Like day-to-day operations you're doing.
Yeah, so Karan, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, actually you shared that question. Actually, that's not a past paper question. But yeah, you can still practice it.
But I read the answer, but the answer is not as per the recent papers that are on exhibit
It's
base.
not a paper actually. It's not a past paper. Okay,
And this, they have clubbed the answer of three different requirements.
yeah. So what you can do, I mean, basically, in that index, they would have given you mock paper. I think mock exam, ME. That must be given. So see whether there is any mock exam from chapter 3. Okay, there you can find it. Those are BPP's own questions. So that G-line question is BPP question, not past paper. Okay, now let's see the chairman and CEO. The division of responsibilities at the head of an organization is most simply achieved by separating the roles of the chairman and the CEO. Chairman is employed to run the board of directors. Chairman is usually a non-executive director, and he's running the board. Whereas CEO is employed to manage the company through its executive directors. Now, what are the responsibilities of the chairman of the board? Chairman responsibilities I'm talking about. provides leadership to the board, ensuring the board's effectiveness in setting its agenda. So the board meeting agenda is set by the chairman. Chairman ensures that meetings happen timely, healthy discussions happen in these board meetings. The directors are on talking terms, brainstorming happens. Okay, the meetings are constructive, the discussion is constructive. So, the chairman provides leadership to the board, ensuring the board's effectiveness in setting its agenda. Responsibilities of the CEO provides leadership to the business, ensuring the effectiveness of business operations and setting strategy. So, CEO has more routine or executive level decision making power. Chairman ensures the board receives accurate and timely information. Chairman is not going to provide information but ensures that when board takes decision, that must be based on accurate and timely information. And the CEO provides accurate and timely information to the board. Chairman ensures, whereas CEO actually assists with providing this information to the board. The chairman ensures effective communication with shareholders and that their views are communicated to the board as a whole. So you would have seen annual reports. In the annual reports, there is one segment which is chairman's message to the shareholders. So it is the responsibility of the chairman to ensure that the company is communicating on a timely basis with the shareholders and shareholders' views are being communicated to the board. So the chairman ensures effective communication with shareholders and that the shareholders' views are communicated back to the board as a whole. Communicating, now what does the CEO do? CEO communicates with the significant stakeholders. Responsibilities of the chairman. Facilitates effective contribution from NEDs, ensures constructive relations between executives and non-executives. See, non-executives are very expensive. They are paid a high fee because they have a lot of industry experience. They are senior professionals. So they get paid a huge sitting fee. So it is the chairman's responsibility to ensure that we are getting contribution from the NEDs. NEDs are helping our business grow. So the chairman facilitates effective contribution from NEDs, ensuring constructive relations between executives and non-executives. Chairman ensures that executives and non-executives they don't have any hostility amongst themselves. What is the responsibility of the CEO? Facilitates effective implementation of board decisions. So CEO has executive roles to play, whereas chairman ensures that the meetings are happening amongst the board members. The meetings are constructive. Agenda setting for the meetings will be done by the chairman. Okay. So therefore, since they have very different responsibilities, it is not good to entrust both these responsibilities to a single person. Next, some more responsibilities of the chairman. He takes the lead in providing an induction program for new directors and in board's training and development. So the chairman ensures that the newly hired directors are inducted, they are being trained, and any help with which the chairman needs for this will be given by the CEO. The CEO will cooperate with the chairman in induction and development of directors. The chairman is going to meet with the non-executive directors without the executive directors present. So the chairman is going to do the meetings with the non-executives in the absence of the executive directors. Why in the absence of executives? Because we want honest opinion, honest feedback on the executives by the non-executives. So for that to happen, we need to have private meetings. The chairman will be doing private meetings with the non-executives. And to arrange those meetings, CEO will be helpful. CEO will cooperate by providing any necessary resources, any help with which the chairman needs to meet the non-executives. The chairman will facilitate board appraisal. So a performance feedback of the board will be given by the non-executive directors. and the chairman is going to ensure that this happens, that a board appraisal happens, and any help with the chairman needs, okay, for a feedback will be given by the CEO. CEO will cooperate with the chairman in board appraisal. See, the chairman ensures this thing happens, but the CEO actually helps that this with this thing. Next, the chairman encourages active engagement by all the members of the board. So he ensures board meetings happen. Okay, all the directors contribute and all of them actively participate in the meetings. Brainstorming happens. Okay, discussion happens. Whereas any help with the chairman needs for these board meetings to be conducted successfully will be given by the CEO. So the CEO is going to cooperate with all the members of the board. Okay, now this topic is not relevant for the exam. Yes. Now they have again explained audit committee again. Okay, so I'm not repeating this. We have discussed this already. The 4 committee roles and functions we have discussed. Yes. Okay, guys. So we are done with chapters 1, 2, and 3. Now, do you have any questions before we move forward to the 4th one? Yes. I hope you all have joined the channel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Now let's start with chapter number 4.
Uh, Ma'am, I want to ask, like, these are the roles and responsibilities of CEO and chairman. But if the question is asking that why there is a need for separation between the role of CEO and chairman, so we will write these roles and responsibilities only, that these are the
No,
reasons
we will
that why
write
we.
that, see, ideally, one point we can write that the responsibilities are very different, right? And therefore, we need 2 different people for the same. Second, a chairman, as per best corporate governance, the chairman must be a non-executive director. So again, for that to happen, we need to have separate CEO and chairman. And then the CEO is basically reporting to the chairman. Okay, CEO or CEO's work can be challenged by the chairman. So if there is no chairman in the company, then CEO's actions and policies and decisions will be unchallenged, which means he could be taking advantage of this situation. Okay, so these are few points which we can write. And if you want, do you have BPP with you?
Yes, exam kit I have.
Yes. So there is one question G land. Correct. What page number is it?
I have opened the ebook. There it is 31 page number.
Okay. So I'll let you know, Rishika, or I'll have to see because this G land question is not a past paper. Okay, but you can read G-Lane question also, or what you can do in the topic index of your practice kit, I think 714 page it must be. There you can find, you can see that chapter 3 has been tested in what all mock papers. Okay, so the mock paper names and numbers would be given there. And there in one of these papers, in fact, I think in all of these papers, this question has been tested. Okay, in the next break, you can check this, and if you can't see, then I'll let you know.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, but still, I'm going to discuss this question tomorrow. So, tomorrow, I have this agenda. Okay, I'm just noting it down. We're going to discuss these things. Okay, any other questions? Okay, now we are going to discuss external environment. Okay, this is chapter number 4. Now, in this chapter, we are going to discuss pestle model, Porter's diamond. Yeah, so we are going to discuss pestle, Porter 5 forces, Porter's diamond. You know what? These topics, they are not testing this since September 23. Ever since pre-scene format got launched, they have not tested this, which means, have they tested this in DKK? Can someone please confirm? Last attempt, June 26. I think they haven't. They haven't. They have not been testing this topic. And before September 23, they were testing this topic a lot. So, which means since they have not tested in the last 3 years, this one of these topics may be tested. It used to be a favorite topic of the examiner. They have stopped testing it for some reason. Okay. So, if they decide to test this again, they can easily do that. So, therefore, we are going to discuss this. Okay. The first topic is external environment. External environment, which is pestle. Okay. We are going to first discuss pestle. Now, who can explain the factors of pestle?
Madam, political, economic, social, technological, environmental, legal.
Yes. So, what goes in political environment? Political climate.
आज नेशन का जो नेशन गवर्नमेंट का relation with other government, their taxation, no, not taxation, but the relation with other government, stability of the government, like that points are covered in political.
Correct. So, is the political climate stable? Okay. Because if there is a political uncertainty in the country, then it is not a good country to invest in. It's not a good country to do your business in, right? So, if you can recall in Afghanistan what happened, I think the US troops withdrew, right? From Afghanistan, it was, right? Which
Yes,
country
madam.
was it? Afghanistan,
Yes,
right?
Afghanistan. Yes, right.
Yeah, so after the US troops withdrew and they left the country, you know what happened with Afghanistan? We all know. So Taliban took over, right? No business, no business would, no company would want to invest in that country, right? Or if I talk about Nepal, right? Political uncertainty, it happened with Bangladesh also recently. So when the political climate is disturbed, or let's say now, if I ask you, what climate is better for my business? Would I want a majoritarian government or a coalition?
Coalition.
I would want a majoritarian government or a coalition. Like, which political climate would give me more certainty to my business? Majoritarian or coalition? Majoritarian, right? Majoritarian is what? When there's a single party in power, right? It's not a coalition. But in the case of majoritarian, there's uncertainty. Let's say there is a political party A and political party B. Both of them are in coalition. Both of them are in power together. So I know political party A has been very supportive of my business in the past, but then political party A cannot take decision on its own. It has to take the consent of the other political party as well, which means now there's an uncertainty for my business. Okay, whether the previous business friendly policies which were launched by political party A, which favored my business, whether similar policies will be rolled out in this tenure or not, it is uncertain. So, the political climate of the country also matters. Okay, this is one. Next is economic climate, economic environment. Economic environment means recession. Okay, if it is a high inflation economy, my raw materials become expensive. Okay, wages, I have to pay more wages. My goods will become pricier. People may not be able to afford it. Okay, if people are losing their jobs, they won't be able to afford my products, my business would suffer. So in times of recession, in times of inflation, when the tax rates are too high, when the interest rates are too high, people can't borrow money. When people can't borrow, they can't spend much. When they can't spend much, my revenue takes a hit, my business takes a hit. Okay, so that also matters, which is the economic climate, recession, inflation, interest rates. When interest rates are high, people can't borrow at cheap rates. When tax rates are high, again, when income tax rates are high, people's disposable income goes down. They spend less. They spend less. My revenue takes a hit. Okay, so this is the economic climate. Next is the social climate. Yes, who would explain that?
Like the taste and preferences of the
Taste
customer.
and preferences of the people of the society. Okay, do they want my product? Do they demand this product? Now if I'm a company making protein powders, right? I make protein powders, I make gym equipments. Now do you think my business will be successful in a city, in a country where people are not health conscious?
No.
No, right? So when people are not quite healthy, or they don't want to take care of their health, this product will not be successful. Okay. Or do you think Zomato like business, food aggregator business will be successful in a city, in a country where people love to cook at home? They prefer home cooked meals over ready made meals. Yes. Do you think my business, my Zomato, Swiggy like business, my food aggregator business would be successful in a city, in a country where people love to cook at home
No,
mostly?
madam.
No. So we need to understand the demographics, we need to understand the wants, needs, priorities, preferences, tastes, and culture of the society. Okay. Now in Europe, people cycle a lot, right? People use bicycle a lot. People walk a lot. So therefore, cycles may sell more there. So changes in tastes or culture, demographic changes can affect workforces as well as customers. Okay. Next is technological climate. Okay. Now, do you think in a country, or let's say yeah, in Afghanistan, I've heard that women cannot go to schools, they cannot listen to music, they cannot wear makeup, perhaps they can't use mobile phones. Do you think in that country, companies like Myntra, Amazon would be very successful? Where people cannot use internet freely, where people cannot, women especially, cannot wear makeup freely. So do you think there, companies like Myntra would be very successful?
No, madam. Not at all.
When Instagram is banned, Facebook is banned in these countries, Myntra and other companies, I mean, even startups and very old companies as well, well-established companies, they all excessively use Myntra. They use social media a lot. So where social media, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, okay, these apps are banned, then I cannot do e-marketing. Okay, my products won't sell. So the technological climate also needs to be understood before I do my business in this country. Okay. So this also needs to be seen. The next one is environmental climate or ecological climate. Now, I also want to understand, let's say I'm in a business, I'm in an industry which generates a lot of air pollution, okay, which uses a lot of plastic, which harms the environment a lot. Do you think my business would be successful in a country where majority of the customers are green customers? They're concerned about the environment. They'll reject your product if they get to know that you're harming environment. Would your product business be successful in this country? No. We need to understand, how green are the customers of this city, of this country? Are they concerned about the environment? And if I'm making a product which harms the environment, then my product, my business will not be successful there. On the other hand, if I'm making a product which may be expensive, but then it is very good for the environment, and if my population, my target audience is not price sensitive, they are not budget customers, they don't mind paying a high price, and they are green customers, then my business will be very successful in that country where people are not price sensitive, they don't mind paying high prices, but they want no environmental degradation from me. So there, my product, my business will be very, very successful. So green issues such as pollution, climate change, environmental regulation, customer attitudes to products. Okay. So, so I need to decide whether my product is damaging the environment, and then do people prefer environment over money, or what do they want? So that needs to be understood. The next thing is legal environment. Legal environment. Okay, as a business, I would want to do my business in a country where there are very strict employment laws, strict health and safety laws, strict data protection laws, or in a country where these laws are very lenient or almost non-existent.
Lenient or
Lenient,
non-existent.
right? Now, do you know, in many countries, these lays and these chips which are being sold, they don't use palm oil at all, right? But in Indian lays, if you see, they use palm oil. Why? Because health and safety is a joke in India, right? Now, I know Quality Walls, right? Quality Walls ice cream. They actually sell frozen dessert. I don't think they use any milk in their ice cream, or they may have recently started using milk. So they are using palm oil. They are not using milk. It is not ice cream. It's frozen dessert. Okay. In any other country, it may not be allowed, but in India, it is allowed. So, if I don't want to follow laws, I don't want to bear a high compliance cost, and I would want to do my business in a country where these laws are non existent or very lenient, right? So, we need to understand the legal climate of the city, of the country where we're doing our business. So, if in the exam they ask you a question to explain the external environment of the company, so then we use pestle. Okay. So any doubts in pestle, please let me know. Here, okay. Now in the exam, if they're testing pestle, okay, and let's say you have information about everything, okay, all the 5 factors, but political factor information is missing. Then no need to write down political caption, no need to write down political climate. Okay, just explain the rest of the 5 factors. Okay, so let's say out of pestle, you have information about ESTLE in the exam. No information about the political climate is given in the pre-scene or the exhibits, then skip this. It's okay. Okay, you can explain ESTLE and skip political part. Or let's say political is missing and technological is also missing, then just explain ES, L and E. Okay, skip the technological and the political climate. Now we are going to discuss a new topic, which is Porter's 5 forces. Now, when do we use Porter 5 forces? When we want to assess how attractive is this industry. We want to do our business. We want to do business in a country. Sorry, wait. Now, I have decided to invest 1 crore, and I want to decide which industry should I invest this money in. Should I invest in airlines business or garments business? Okay. So then I'm going to do a Porter 5 forces study on the airlines industry and the garments industry. Okay. Porter 5 forces helps me in understanding how attractive is this industry. So if I talk about airline is the least profitable industry, least attractive industry globally. And if I talk about insurance, insurance is very profitable as an industry, okay, across the globe. So I need to understand which industry should I do my business in, which should I invest in. And for that to happen, we are going to make use of Porter's 5 forces. Porter 5 forces, as the name suggests, has 5 elements, right? Yes. Now, who would want to explain these elements? Okay, one by one, please, let's start with threat of new entrants.
Madam, how much barriers are there for new entrants? For example, there may be requirement of any copyright, patent law. Fixed cost is how much difficult, how much fixed cost is there, how much it is exit. These will define that whether there are threats to new entry or not. If threats are lower, then it will be easier to enter in that industry.
Yeah. So basically, when the barriers to entry are high, the threat of new entrants is high or low?
Low.
Low.
Low. When the barriers to entry are high, the threat of new entrants are low. Now, for an attractive industry, what if I'm doing a Porter 5 force analysis? I would want to invest in an industry where the threat of new entrants is high or low.
High. Sorry, madam, low.
Yes.
Threats of new entrants low, correct.
Threat must be low, right? Understood. I want to invest in an industry. I want to invest in an industry. So I want that industry where the barriers are high, so that the threat of new people entering this industry goes low. Okay, I want to insulate myself from competition. So I don't want a high threat of new entrants. I want to go where in the industry where the rest are not following me, right? Did you understand this? Yes, someone who said it should be high. Did you understand this? Okay, so when the barriers to entry are high, barriers could be, maybe it is a capital intensive industry. For example, airline industry, you need to invest a lot in aircrafts are expensive, so the barriers are high. Okay, aviation laws are very strict to follow, and it is very costly to operate as an airline. So it is a capital intensive industry, laws are too strict. Okay, so the barriers are high, so the threat of new entrants is low. And I want an industry would be attractive when the threat of new entrants is low. Okay, so this is threat of new entrants. Now, who would explain threat of substitutes? An industry is attractive when there are too many substitutes available, or less number of substitutes, or no substitute available.
Less number of
Less.
or no substitute available, then it is better.
Then
Because
it is
if there
better.
are when less number of substitute or no substitute is available, because if the substitutes are very much, then the entity might not charge a higher price, because customer will easily switch to the other product.
Yes, absolutely right. So if I talk about substitutes, of Ola and Uber, so what are they?
They're
Substitutes of
quite
Ola and
substituting.
Uber.
Yes,
Huh?
they are substitute of each other.
Ola and Uber are substitutes. No, actually, Ola and Uber are not substitutes. See, these are just different brands providing the same service, right? It's the same product. So substitutes are not same products. Substitutes is a different product which is helping me meet the same need. So Ola, Uber are not substitutes. These are just
Bus
different brands.
The public
Bus or
transport.
metro.
Yeah, so bus, metro, trains, even when I walk to work, so that is also, or if I don't go to work at all, I'm working from home. So this is also a substitute. Okay, I'm working from home is a substitute. I walk to work, that is substitute. Okay, but Ola and Uber are not substitutes. These are rivals, not substitutes. These are just different brands providing the same service. Okay, so Coke and Pepsi are not substitutes, but yeah, tea and coffee could be substitutes. Okay, these should be different products. So the threat of substitutes must be low. For an industry to be attractive, the threat of substitutes must be low. Okay. Now, if I hope this is clear. If I talk about competition and rivalry, existing competition and rivalry, for an industry to be attractive, the rivalry must be high or low.
It should be low.
It should be low. So, rivalry is basically how many other companies. I'm Vigo, sorry, I'm Ola. So there are how many other ride-hailing companies exist. So let's say I've got 10 different or 20 different ride-hailing companies. So all of these are my rivals. So I don't want a high rivalry. For an industry to be attractive, the rivalry, the competition must be low. The next one is power of suppliers, the bargaining power of suppliers. So if suppliers have strong bargaining power, the price of raw materials will be driven up, thereby reducing my profits. So the suppliers must not have a high bargaining power over me. If there are a few suppliers in the market, they would have a high bargaining power. They would increase the prices of the raw materials whenever they feel like, and I've got no option, right? Because there are just 2-3 suppliers in the market. So for an attractive industry, the bargaining power of suppliers must be high or low.
Low,
Low.
madam.
It should be low. Okay. Now talking about power of buyers, bargaining power of buyers. If buyers have strong bargaining power, they can drive down the prices. They can compel the company to reduce the prices, thereby reducing the company's profits. Factors such as relative size of the buyers. See, if I have so many buyers to sell to, then buyers don't have much power over me, right? But if I am dependent upon one or two customers for majority of my sales, let's say 70% of my goods are purchased by a single buyer, then that buyer becomes a prominent buyer. He has a very high bargaining power over me. If he's not happy with my prices, he's not happy with the quality of goods or service, he can ditch me for another company. So in that case, when I'm dependent upon one or two buyers, then the buyers have a high bargaining power over me. But when I have multiple lakhs or thousands of buyers to cater to, then I'm not dependent upon a single buyer. So in that case, buyers do not have individually any power over me. So if buyers have strong bargaining power, they can drive down prices. Factors such as relative size of the buyers, ability to switch to an alternative product or service affects the bargaining power. Now, please tell me, when there are multiple substitutes available in the market, okay, when there are multiple substitutes available in the market, in that case, the power of buyer is high or low?
High.
High. Because when I increase the prices, people switch to a different product. They switch to a substitute. So then they have a high power. Okay, is this clear? Is this model clear? Any doubts?
No, ma'am.
Great, okay. Okay, so this is Porter's 5 forces. So if in the exam they ask you to assess the attractiveness of this industry, okay, then we use in Porter's 5 forces. Now comes the last model, which is Porter's diamond. Yes, how many of you know what is Porter's diamond? Can anyone explain? Why do we use this diamond model? When do we use it?
It's showing attractiveness of the country.
Okay. Yes, right. Okay, who else wants to explain this?
Madam, some countries are famous for it. For example, in India, Bangalore is famous for IT. US Silicon Valley is for famous. So there are something combination of factors that makes that industry attractive over there, because some input provider or service provider may be easily available there. So to understand whether there exists any such a advantage, we can use this model.
Yeah. Okay. You meant country, right? Not industry.
Yes, madam. Country.
Country or city, right? Okay. Now see, I wanted to invest 1 crore. Okay. And I did a quarter 5 forces study. Okay. I wanted to analyze which industry is attractive for my business. And I decided that I'm going to go ahead with garments industry. Okay. I want to sell ready-made garments. I want to be in the garments industry. I decided this after doing this 4 to 5 forces analysis. Now I want to understand in which country should I do my business in? In which country should I do this garments industry, garments business in? India, Pakistan, Afghanistan. I've got 3, 4 options. Okay. Then I'm going to run this Porter's diamond study, diamond test to understand which country should I do the garments business in. And for that, I'm going to, perform this Porter's diamond test. So Porter's diamond, it looks like a diamond only, right? This is how a diamond looks like. So this is a diamond in front of you. The first element of Porter's diamond is firm strategy, structure, and rivalry. Next is factor conditions, demand conditions, related and supporting industries. Now let's say I want to do which business? I want to do let's say Zomato business, Swiggy, Zomato, food aggregation business. Tell me what are the factors I should be considering? Forget Porter's diamond for a while. Tell me what factors, what do I need to survive and flourish as a food aggregator in any country? What help do
Availability
I
of
need?
restaurant availability, madam.
Yes,
Habits of the customer.
I'm dependent upon the restaurants, right? Restaurants are the ones who are giving me my raw material, which is food. So I need a lot of restaurants and cafes. Okay, second,
Cheap labor for deliveries.
yes, I need labor, I need delivery drivers, and I need cheap labor, unskilled labor, basically. Third, someone said food habits. Yes, I need to analyze the food habits of the people of this country because if they prefer home cooked food, then I cannot survive there.
Government policies.
Yes, government policies as well. Are they favorable for my business or not?
Demand for online food services.
Yeah, so that goes in food habits. Point number 3.
Internet connectivity, madam.
Internet availability.
Yes, madam.
Absolutely right. Without internet, nothing can happen. People can't place orders. Delivery drivers will not get any notifications without internet. Restaurants will not get any notifications without internet. Without internet, I as a customer cannot track where my driver is, where my order is. Without internet, delivery drivers, restaurants, no one can function without internet, right? The app itself, I need mobile app developers, okay, because I need a good application, I need a good mobile app, because Zomato has a separate app for drivers, and it drivers means delivery partners, and it has a separate app for the customers and maybe a separate app for the restaurants. So they are dependent on a good mobile app, so we need mobile app developers, programmers, okay.
Competitiveness as well. Like
Yes, I need internet for marketing also, Pooja, right? Yes, Avinash, what were you
the
saying?
competitiveness of industry, like the country has.
I didn't get you.
The competition the country has already, like the same like Zomato business is doing, done by
Yes,
someone else.
okay. Yes, who else? Like, how many other food aggregator businesses are there? Okay, how strong is the rivalry in this country? How many other Zomato-like companies already exist in this country? And what are their strategies? I also, before I enter the battleground, I need to understand my enemies, right? I need to understand before, let's say, I want to set up my business in Pakistan or I want to do my business in China. I need to know that how many other food aggregators exist in China? What are their names? What are these companies? And what is their legal status? Are they companies? Are they partnerships? Are they sole proprietors? Okay. How big or small are these companies? And what are their strategies? What are their business models and their strategies? Are they differentiators? Are they cost leaders? Okay, what are their strategies? I need to know my enemies before I enter the battleground because I have to eventually compete with them. So I want to know how many such food aggregators exist, what are their names, how big or small they are, what are their strategies, do they compete basis low prices or do they compete basis good quality service, are they differentiators or cost leaders, and what are their structures and their legal status, are they family owned businesses or are they proper listed companies, unlisted companies, partnerships, sole proprietors. I need to do that as well. Okay, and I need to know whether cheap raw material is available in this country. These are factor conditions, means raw materials and labor. Okay, so cheap labor is available, cheap raw materials, good quality raw material is available. Do I have enough people who would be willing to work as delivery drivers with me? Okay, and whatever raw materials I need, are they available in abundance, that too at a small reasonable price or not? I need to understand this. Then I need help from related and supporting industries. So I'm getting support from internet service providers. Are there enough internet service providers in the country? Is high speed internet available in this country? Are there enough mobile developers, mobile app developers in this country? Are there enough restaurants available? Okay, next I want to study demand conditions. Do people need my product? Do they prefer cooking at home or are they okay with purchasing ready-made food from outside? What are their eating habits? Okay, I need to understand. I need to understand how sophisticated are my customers. Okay, do they want what I'm trying to give them? Do they want it? Is there a demand for this? Okay, that I need to understand. Servers, okay. And I think someone said government policies also, right? Yeah. You know what? Other than Porter's diamond, there can be some additional factors which will help you in taking a decision whether to do your business in China or not. So even those factors can be added. So one such factor is government policy. Are government tax policies favorable? Okay. Is the government supportive of my business there? Yes. So all of this. Now, any doubts in this? These are the four factors which we can use. Plus, we can use government policies. Yes. Any doubts in this?
No, ma'am.
And did you understand firm strategy, structure, rivalry as well? Okay. Now, who can explain the meaning of the term critical success factors? Critical success factors means the aspects of a product, or service that are particularly valued by customers and therefore those at which a business must excel in order to outperform its competitors. So CSFs could be, if I talk about Amazon, how do you judge Amazon? What are the CSFs which you are concerned about as a customer?
Delivery fact, fast delivery.
Fast delivery, time of delivery, uh, refund processing time, in how much time reverse pickup happens once I place a return request, in how much time reverse pickup happens. Am I getting authentic products? I don't want fake products. I want authentic, genuine products, original products, right? How good is the customer support team? So these are some critical success factors basis which we judge the performance of a company. And yes, a very important topic, market segmentation. There's one past paper. It's a very old paper. You don't have to do it, but the name of this paper is Optima, and it is a fitness club. It has gym membership. It's a fitness club, and it offers many health services. I think like yoga, badminton, sports, gym. So there they have tested market segmentation. Yes, who can explain market segmentation?
Differentiating marketing based on the some age, cost, specialization, differentiation factor like that, madam.
You're basically not treating population as one. You're first of all segmenting the population into multiple small segments. And then for each of those segments, you have a different product to offer. For example, companies which make chips, Coke, okay, they have launched various varieties of Coke like Diet Cokes, sugary Cokes, okay, and then different flavors, right? So in the exam, they can ask you to do market segmentation and what are the criteria basis which we can segment our market. So if I talk about Optima, if I talk about fitness club, tell me how can a fitness club um, offer different types of products? What are the criteria?
Madam, gym membership only, yoga membership different.
Hmm. Yeah. So see, basis the ailments, diseases of my customers. Okay, so I can have a yoga plan or a thyroid yoga plan for the people who are suffering from thyroid disorders. Okay, there is a separate diabetes yoga plan. Okay, similarly there can be different other services like meditation plan for senior citizens, right? Basis age group of my customers. Okay, people who are disabled, maybe there are some different exercises for them. Then basis the gender I can have, there can be different type of services. Basis the budget of the customers, right? I can have different plans. So there can be a basic plan. Basic plan will cost you 2000 rupees per month. You get basic gym service in that. Nothing more. But then if you upgrade to a silver plan, which costs you 5000 per month, you get gym services plus yoga plus badminton or swimming pool. And then if you upgrade to 10,000 a month, you get access to all the services, meditation, yoga, everything, right? And then there's another plan which is 15,000. With this, you also get a 50% discount on all food items which we serve in our restaurants. So we have some cafes and restaurants and food outlets within the premises, within our club. You get a discount, 50% discount, 365 days a year, no limit. Okay, but you have to purchase you have to purchase this monthly membership of 15,000 a month. Okay, so basis the budget of my customers, I can also give them different products, right? Now, why do we do market segmentation? What is the aim? What is the ultimate aim? What are we trying to do here?
To make
We
different
are
marketing policy, madam, to attract different advertising means, different pricing mechanism.
Yeah. See, instead of forcing everyone to purchase our 15,000 per month membership, we're giving them an option to purchase a basic plan which costs 2,000 a month, then a silver plan 5,000, then maybe gold, maybe platinum. So here we are trying to maximize our revenue. Okay. We want to cater to everyone. Someone who is a budget customer, someone who is a price insensitive customer. We want to serve everyone. We don't want any revenue to leak. We want revenue maximization. So that's what we are trying to do here. Okay. So the main aim of segmentation is to maximize revenue. Any doubts in this chapter? This is the end of this chapter. Yes. Okay. I hope you're benefiting from this discussion, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my plan was to, complete the revision in 7, 8 hours. Okay. So now we are moving on to the next chapter, which is chapter 5. Okay. This is strategic capability. Let me see if there's something relevant here. Okay, actually, there's just one slide which is relevant from this chapter. Okay, which is this. Now, do you all understand what is Porter's value chain? Okay, Rishika is asking a question. Anyone wants to answer her? Difference between bargaining power of buyers and sellers. Not sellers, suppliers basically. Yes, who wants to answer Rishika's question?
From customers
I can answer.
Yes.
So basically bargaining power of suppliers is like how much power the people that who sell you the raw materials have. So if there's high supplier power, they can basically push the raw material prices up, and that will squeeze your profit margin. So that's bad for you. But bargaining power of buyers is like how much power the people who buy your product or your service have. So if there's high buyer power, then they can again negotiate or bargain for getting your selling prices down.
Okay, Sadashiv, you want to explain as well?
No, but that's what she has explained. That's perfect.
Yeah, Rishika understood or should I explain? Please let me know. I'll explain again.
Like, can you give me an example?
Yeah, so let's say Rishika, you have a business, okay? You basically bake cakes, right? And you have this business of making cakes, and you don't sell it to individual customers, okay? You sell it to a bakery, right? And basically 90% of your cakes are sold to this bakery. Now, if this bakery has a problem with the quality of the cheese or with the quality of the ingredients that you're using, okay, would you be concerned about it or not? If yes, then why? You bake cakes, okay, 90% or 100% of the cakes you're selling to this single bakery. And now this bakery has raised a concern with you. They're not quite happy with the quality or with the taste of the cakes. Now, tell me, would it concern you or not? And why?
Yes, ma'am, it will concern because my major revenue that I got is from this bakery only.
Correct. So this
Yes.
means that this bakery is your customer, right?
Yes.
So since you are dependent upon this single customer for most of your sales or all of your sales, this customer has a high bargaining power over you, means this customer can compel you to change your ingredients or reduce your prices. It has that power over you because you're dependent upon this customer for your business. So this is not good news for my business. When I'm dependent upon a single customer or one or two customers for most of my business, this means I'm dependent upon them. Whenever they want, they would ask me to reduce my prices or change the quality of raw materials, which will have an impact on my profits. So this is not good for me. If I'm selling most of my goods to a single or one or two customers, then their bargaining power over me is very high. Okay, they can leave me whenever they want, and in order for them not to leave me, I would do what they say. So this is not good for me, right? Yes, understood this part.
Yes, ma'am.
Now the next thing is bargaining power of my supplier, right? Now I'm purchasing what I'm purchasing. Let's say there's something very scarce which I'm purchasing. For example, all my cakes are made using goat milk. For example, I'm just making this up. Okay, goat milk, and there is just one goat breeder in my city. Okay, where I stay, where my bakery is. So I'm dependent upon this supplier for goat milk, and tomorrow this goat milk seller decides to double the price or increase the price by 30%, 40%. Do you think I would be concerned about it? Do I have an option? Do I have another breeder, another seller to purchase this milk from?
No, because
No, no.
my
So, huh, yes,
no,
no.
I don't have the option to switch to any other supplier because he's the only supplier selling the gold milk.
Yes. So in this case, this is again not good for my business because I'm dependent. This supplier has high bargaining power over me. Whenever he wants, he can change the quality of the materials. I don't have a say. Whenever he wants, he increases the price of this goat milk. I don't have a say. So I'm dependent a lot on this supplier. This supplier has a high bargaining power over me. So this industry is not attractive. An industry where there are just one or two sellers selling my raw materials, okay, and there are not many suppliers available. So I'm dependent on a single supplier for my raw materials. So then this industry is not attractive for my business. This industry is not an attractive industry. Yes. Rishika, clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. So that's shift correct. Okay, now we are moving on to, this in this chapter, there's just one topic which I want to teach, and this is the only one which is relevant, even not much relevant, but I'm still touching upon it quickly. Okay, no, it's not relevant. Okay, let's not discuss this. Okay, even this topic is not relevant, but I would say I would want to explain this topic, but in a different chapter. Okay, value chain, Porter's value chain has been explained in some other chapter also. There I'm going to take this up, okay, because there we will discuss in detail. Okay, so far we are done with chapters 1 to 5. And now we are going to take a 15-minute break. It will be a small break now because the session will end at 8 p.m. Before we take a break, do you have any questions? We are done with chapter 1 to 5. Yes. Are your concepts getting cleared?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine, great. Okay, great. So after this break, we'll discuss chapter number 6. Okay, it will be a small break of 15 minutes. Yes, let's meet at 7:24. Okay, guys, let's start. Okay, now let's start with chapter number 6. Okay, so the chapter is competitive advantage and strategic choice. Now, you all understand what is the difference between cost leadership and differentiation? So when you're competing basis low cost and low prices, you are a cost leader. And when your prices are high, your costs are high, and you're differentiating basically. Okay, you're providing premium services, good quality services. So you are a differentiator. For example, Apple is a differentiator. On the other hand, cost leader, Ryanair, it's an Irish airline and it's an aggressive cost cutter, and it's a cost leader. Now, how do we do cost cutting? Okay. Yes.
Bulk purchase.
Yeah, bulk purchases, which will help us in getting trade discounts, bulk production, which will reduce our cost per unit and help us achieve economies of scale. Then cheap labor, okay, letting employees work from home. This also saves a lot of cost. Okay, I can't see the messages. Yes, energy efficient resources. Okay, how to differentiate?
Like innovation and quality.
Yes, you can innovate, you can try to improve the features of your product. And if there's nothing left to improve the product, right, then you can also improve your other aspects of the value chain. You can improve customer support, customer service, post sale service quality. This can be improved, right? Sometimes people prefer one brand over another, not because the product itself is better, but because their support, customer support, is of good quality. Now, if I compare HP and Dell, okay, both of them are equally okay, but I always prefer HP over Dell because HP's customer support service is great in my area. There are so many customer support centers available, so many repair centers available. Okay, doing more R&D. Okay, see, these are the aspects I'll be covering in my pre-scene session. So I'm just saving it for my pre-scene sessions. Okay, I don't want to discuss cost cutting and differentiation today. I'll discuss in my pre-scene sessions, which will, I think, on Tuesday, pre-scene is getting released. So we'll discuss this later. Okay, 7P is not relevant for the exam. Okay, 7Ps is not relevant for the exam. Let me do one thing. Let me mark it here. Okay, what topics are not relevant? So 7P is not relevant for the exam. Yeah, BCG matrix is relevant for the exam. Yeah. So let's discuss BCG. Now, if you want to do a question on BCG, I think question number one of the PICO question is testing BCG. Okay, so what is BCG now? With the help of BCG, we can understand, we can assess our product portfolio. With this model, this matrix helps us in understanding which product should we keep investing in, which product is a promising product, which product is a star product, and therefore we should keep investing in this product. We should keep doing more innovation, R&D, more advertisement in this product. And then what product should we discard? Or what product we should completely abandon? Or what product we should still sell, but we should not do any incremental investment in this product. Okay, because this product has no future. This product has no future. Therefore, we should not invest in R&D, innovation, advertisement of this product. We should still sell this product till the time we are making money from it. But we should, since this product has no future, we should not invest more in this product, right? So BCG helps us in understanding our portfolio, and then it helps us in understanding which product should we discard, which product we should continue with, right? So Vigo has tested BCG model in its first question. Now, there are two terms which I want to explain. One is relative market share. Another is market growth rate. Okay, relative market share and market growth rate. Who wants to explain what is market growth rate?
Increase in revenue.
Market growth rate means the rate at which the demand for this product is increasing. The rate at which the demand for this product is increasing. That is the market growth rate. And is this growth rate increasing or decreasing? Is this growth rate high or low? Is the demand for this product in the future increasing or not? Okay, that is market growth rate. Another one is market share. Relative market share is what? Yes, who would want to explain relative market share?
Our share, like, compared to the like basically the leader of the market.
Yeah. So this is yes. How would you explain this? My company's share, my company's market share.
Yeah,
divided by my largest competitor's market share. My largest competitor's market share. For example, let's say we are doing a BCG study for Apple. Okay. Apple is selling multiple products. Apple is selling multiple products. Let's say we are talking about smartphones, iPhones here. So iPhones market share, how many iPhones are we able to sell in this given year, divided by, let's say my biggest competitor is Samsung. So what was, how many phones could Samsung sell and how many phones could I sell? Okay, so my company's market share divided by my largest competitor's market share. And if it is more than one, this means numerator is bigger than denominator, which means my company's market share is greater than Samsung's market share, which means that my relative market share is high, which means I'm the market leader in smartphones. Okay, I'm the market leader in smartphones. So this is relative market share. So yeah, this is relative market share, and market growth rate is the rate at which the demand for this product is increasing in general in the market. Now, I want to explain BCG with the help of Apple's example. Okay. Now, Apple, for the sake of simplicity, let's assume Apple is selling 4 products only. Okay, let's assume this. Now, Apple is selling iPhones, Apple is selling laptops, which is MacBook, Apple sells iPad, Apple used to sell iPod as well. I don't think they're still selling iPod. Okay, so let's assume for now, let's assume iPod is also being sold by Apple. So these are the 4 products which Apple sells. Again, iPhone, MacBook, which is Apple's laptop, iPad, and iPod. Now, these are the 4 products Apple is selling. And I want to understand, I want to assess my portfolio. I want to assess Apple's portfolio. I want to know which product is the key or the star product, which is giving me the highest returns, and which product should I discard. Which product is not my star product, but I should still keep manufacturing and selling it till the time I'm making returns from it, right? So there are 4 terms I would want to explain. Okay, just one thing. Do you all know that you're not supposed to use the model names in your answer? So let's say there's a question testing BCG. You're using BCG, but you still don't have to mention in the answer that you're using BCG. Okay? So you will not say in your answer that you use BCG to answer this question. You can use BCG, but don't mention the name of the model. Okay? So model names, matrix names are not supposed to be mentioned. Author names, who coined these matrices, author names not supposed to be mentioned. Real company names like Facebook, Instagram, Reddit, Google, Apple, iPhone, real product names, real brand names, company names, not supposed to be used in the exam. Okay. This is basically a guideline of ACCA. So you're not supposed to do this. Now, but I'm explaining with the help of Apple's example. So one is market share. Okay. This is market share and this is market growth rate. Now iPhone's market share, iPhone's relative market share. Now if I tell you that iPhone's market share is more than Samsung's market share. So relative market share is more than 1. Relative market share is more than 1, which means market share is high, right? This is high, this is low, this is high, this is low. So the relative market share of iPhone is high. And what about the market growth rate of smartphones in general? See, market growth rate is not for iPhones. Market growth rate is for smartphones in general. In general, the demand for smartphones is increasing or decreasing? It is increasing, right? Now, students who go to schools use smartphones for their homework. Students who go to college use smartphones. Students who are not in schools yet, even they have started using smartphones. So the demand for smartphones in general is increasing at an increasing rate. So the market growth rate in general for smartphones is high, right? So iPhone will fall in what segment? iPhone falls here in the first quadrant. And what is this first quadrant as per BCG? Star, right? These are star products. Star products are those products whose relative market share is also high and market growth rate is also high. I sell the maximum. Apple sells the maximum smartphones in the market and the demand for smartphones in general is increasing at an increasing rate. So not just I sell the maximum smartphones in the country, also the demand for smartphones in general is increasing at an increasing rate. So this is a star product, a very promising product. It has a huge potential at present and in the future. Okay, so therefore it is a star product. So when I have any star products, I should keep doing more R&D in this product. I should try to invest more in innovation, try to improve the quality, the features, improve camera quality. I should strive to increase my market share even further. I should do more advertisements, okay, so that more people are aware of my product, so that I'm able to increase my market share further. So when it comes to star products, we should invest, or we should do sustained investment. Means we should keep investing the way we are investing at present. Because if we do not invest, if we disregard this product, okay, if we become careless about this product because we are already a star, then soon we can convert from a star to a question mark. We don't want this to happen. We want to stay a star in the smartphone category. So therefore we should do sustained investment in R&D, advertisement, innovation, etc. Okay, so this is my star product. Now, if I talk about Apple's laptops, okay, Apple's laptops, which is MacBook, are we a market leader in laptop? No. There are some other competitors which sell more laptops than us. So our relative market share is less than 1. Numerator is lower than denominator. So our relative market share is less than 1. We are not the market leader. But if I talk about laptops in general, is the demand for laptops increasing, decreasing? Demand for laptops is increasing. Now, students who go to school do their assignments on laptops. Students who go to college do their work on laptop. People who go to, people have started working from home. So now they again need laptops. People who are not working at all, senior citizens, retired people, everyone is now using laptops for one reason or the other. So the demand is not dying anytime soon. The demand is even increasing at an increasing rate. So this product has a huge potential. The market growth rate is high, but am I selling the maximum number of laptops? No. Is there any other competitor which is selling better than me? Yes. So what should we do in that case? So this product, which is MacBook, is a question mark. It is a question mark because I should invest in this product if I feel I can make it better. I can sell more laptops. If I can increase my market share, then I should invest more in it. I should do more innovation, R&D, try to improve my laptop so that my market share improves and my MacBook becomes a star product. So we call it as a question mark because if we think we can improve the market share, only then should we do more investment in this product. So what should we do for MacBook? For question mark, we need to increase our investment. More investment is needed. More investment is needed in R&D, innovation, make your product better, advertise your product. If you want to reduce the prices, consider that as well. We need to increase our market share somehow. But this product has a future. This product has a future because laptops market growth rate is very high. Okay. Now let's talk about a third product, which is iPad. If I talk about my market share, our market share is high, our relative market share is high. Okay. But does this product have a future? No. Whatever you do on an iPad, it can be done on your phone or laptop. So the market growth rate of this product is low. This product doesn't have a future. The demand is dying slowly, but it is still, I'm still the market leader when it comes to this kind of a product. I sell the maximum iPads. So therefore, this product is a cash cow. This is a cash cow because my market share is very high, but this product has no future. The market growth rate is low. But till the time I can reap benefits from this product, let's continue manufacturing and selling it. Do not do any additional investment. No point of doing any R&D in this product or changing your advertisements. Okay, no need for that because this product anyways is going to die soon. But till the time it is there, till the time some demand is there, let's sell it, let's make it because I'm selling the maximum iPads in the industry. I'm the market leader. So that's why we call it as a cash cow. It is a cow which is an old cow now, but it is still giving us some milk. So till the time you can milk benefits out of it, continue selling and manufacturing it. Okay. But how to deal with a cash cow? No incremental investment. No additional investment. And when it comes to iPod, if I talk about iPod is called as a dog. You know why? Because there is no demand for it. The market growth rate is low. Also, my market share is also low. Okay. So this product doesn't have a present nor has a future. So I should discard this product, abandon this product completely. Yes, please tell me, is this clear? You know, when Bigo was tested, we predicted in the pre-seed that this BCG will be tested and it got tested. And I think it was a 20-mark question. And it was the very first question. Yes, is it clear, everyone? Okay, but you know what? There is a catch in Bigo's question. Okay, please read. You know, in Bigo question, there is a dog, right? I think ride sharing was a dog there, ride sharing service in
Yes,
Bigo paper.
right sharing.
But ride sharing, but we still said that let's continue selling this service. Let's not discard ride sharing because it is one of the vision of the company.
Foundation.
Yeah, it formed the identity of Vigo. Okay, we started with ride hailing, and you know one of Vigo's values were sustainability and affordability, right? So ride sharing is sustainable, means it's good for the environment, and it is also cheap and affordable. So this service is helping us, support our vision, mission, and values. And therefore, we gave some reasons, and we said for this reason, let's not discard this product. Let's keep selling this service. Okay, so please read that paper. Read first question. Okay, so this is BCG matrix, and not relevant. Okay, I'm not discussing this. Okay, do you have any questions first? Please tell me before I proceed further. Okay, what are the various methods of development? Organic growth and
Inorganic.
Inorganic growth. So organic growth means
Self-growth partnership, like
no, not partnership. Partnership is inorganic.
okay.
Organic growth means when you are doing everything on your own from scratch. You're not taking any external help. Okay, no mergers, acquisitions, no partnering with other entities. Okay, that is organic growth. Now, what are the benefits of doing organic growth or internal development?
No cost, no culture issue,
No cultural issues, yeah. No cultural issues, no
no goodwill need to
disruption,
be paid. Yes, no disruption.
no disruption to our business, no interference from external entity. You learn a lot, right? Because you're doing everything from scratch on your own. So, the process of developing a new product gives the firm the best understanding of the market and the product. See, we are not doing any external partnering, no external help. Okay, so we are doing the A to Z of the business on our own. So, we learn from scratch and we learn the best. We learn better. It is time taking, no doubt. It is time taking, but then it helps us learn a lot. And the same style of management and corporate culture can be retained. So there are no cultural clashes, there is no disruption to our business, there is no leadership style clash. Okay, because the same management continues. And sometimes we want to do inorganic growth, we want to acquire another company, but there is no suitable target available for acquisition. Now, what are the problems with organic growth? It is time taking. Doing everything from scratch on your own, arranging funds on your own is time taking. Next is barriers to entry. Barriers to entry are harder to overcome. For example, a brand image. What does that mean? See, you know what? If you want to beat a big competitor like Samsung, can you do it all alone? Let's say I'm a ABC mobile phone maker, ABC company. Can I beat Samsung alone? No. But if I partner or if I require some other company or if I do enter into a joint venture with another company, then it is easier for me to give a competition to Samsung, right? So if I want to overcome barriers to entry, I can't do it single handedly. I would have to enter into a joint venture with some other entity because this entity, this joint venture partner may bring with itself funds, money, expertise, okay, which I might be lacking. So together we can do a lot of stuff. So if I want to overcome barriers to entry, for example, Samsung has a great brand image. And Samsung enjoys economies of scale because Samsung manufactures in bulk. Their cost per unit of production is low. So I can't do all of it alone. If I collaborate with another entity, then I can to some extent give competition to Samsung. Okay, this is this. And next is internal development may be too slow for the dynamics of the market. Who would want to explain this?
Madam, till the time we develop our technology, the relevant demand may be over, not really remain in the market.
Absolutely. In business, you have to be really quick. There is a demand, you have to collaborate with other entities and, do the needful, right? You have to be very quick when it comes to launching a new product in the market, because if you do it all alone, you will take a lot of time. And by the time you launch the product may be out of fashion. There may be no demand for it. So internal development may be too slow for the dynamics of the market. Okay, so we just have 7 minutes left. I think we can stop here, and then tomorrow we'll start from business combination, which is inorganic growth. Okay, so tomorrow we are going to cover joint ventures and franchising and outsourcing and mergers and acquisitions. Okay, so all of these are external partnering. Okay, so anyone has any questions? I hope everyone has joined the channel. Okay, in case of any updates, I can, post announcements there. Okay, Rishika. Okay, guys. Okay, just note down my number, Rishika. Okay. Give me a second. You can text me. Give me a second. Yeah. So please save my number. Please take a screenshot. It is 76783 59718. So Rishika, you can send me a WhatsApp message.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Hi, Divya. Yes.
Hi. This is not related to what we revised. I want to know that between today and tomorrow, and also going forward, we have very few days left. Any questions that we should be looking at? Because you mentioned a few. Besides those, any questions particularly from the exam kit? Any names that are on top of your mind that you can tell us that we
Okay.
can revise?
I suggest I suggest, September 23 onwards. So I'll show you one website. Okay, September 23 onwards, you can attempt any paper.
All
September
right.
23 was Courgettes. Okay, do not attempt old papers. Courgettes, you can do Vigo. Then there is PVS. There is historic places. Then one is June 26. It's a recent one. It is DKK. Shit. Just give me 1 second.
No problem.
Yeah. So June 26 is DKK, which is salon industry, and I think one is NC Tech. You can solve it. So
Okay.
September 23 onwards, you can attempt. Yeah, there's one more level, okay, which you can solve. But please don't solve old papers, okay, older than September 23. And this website accountancy.
No, ma'am,
No.
I don't.
Let
don't
me
have
show. Let me give me a second. I hope you have noted these. You can take a
Yes.
screenshot.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah. So what you do? Just type. Yeah. So just write accountancy. SBL past question and answers. Okay, everyone please type this. And even though you can see these papers on portal as well, but in case portal doesn't work, then this is a right site. So September 23, you can see, right?
Yes.
Now, September 23 onwards, you can pick any paper. September 23 is Cord Jets. If I see December 23, it is NC Tech.
All right, great. Okay.
Okay, and June 24 is PVS. And December, and my videos are also available.
Yes, I
Bigo.
have those. Yeah.
Okay, June 26 you can't find here. It is available on the ACCA portal.
ACCA portal. Yes. All right. Okay.
Yes. Okay, guys. Anyone has any other questions? Then we'll end the session. Okay. I hope you benefited from today's session. Okay. Let's meet tomorrow, guys.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thanks.
Bye, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks, Sadashiv. Okay. Bye, everyone.